Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains,
if you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
For the engineers safeguarding the track,
If you're under no illusion, you can get at the top of this thing. It's scary.
and for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, press a button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time, it's action stations when a landslide threatens the West Highland Line.
We're battling with nature. We can't stop these landslides happening, but we can try to better predict when they may happen.
Jumping for joy. It's a long way down from the Forth Bridge. And a treasured steam locomotive bids a fond farewell to Scotland's railway.
Number 9 is like myself, it's getting old. And you can go on so long, but you can't go on forever.
Waverley Station, Edinburgh. For the past 150 years, Waverley has stood at the heart of this historic city, bridging the gap between Edinburgh's old medieval side and the new town. Each day, 70,000 travellers pass through this station.
The next train at platform 1 will be the 8:30 service to Glasgow Central.
And during rush hour, over 250 trains come and go to every corner of the UK. But today, one particular service is turning more than a few heads. The Union of South Africa. Built in 1937, and the only member of the A4 class of streamlined steam locomotives still fully operational. The return of this iconic train back to Waverley has drawn quite a crowd of spectators, and passengers lucky enough to have a ticket for today's journey.
It's the nostalgia for me of being on a steam train again. You sit there and the smoke sort of wafts behind you. It takes me back to my childhood.
Today, this magnificent machine, known as Number 9 to steam enthusiasts, will journey north, crossing the Forth Bridge, following Scotland's east coastal line to Aberdeen, before winding her way back to Edinburgh shortly after sunset. For the 230 passengers on board, the trip delivers a unique perspective on the passing landscape.
And going at this pace, which is much slower than going on the usual trains that we travel on, you can take account of the countryside and just everything. It's just really lovely. Of course, the Forth Bridge. I mean, who would argue with coming over the Forth Bridge? It's an experience, isn't it?
Number 9 has been crossing the famous Forth Bridge for nearly a century. For much of its life, it ran this line every day, and in 1964, it hauled the last passenger steam train from King's Cross. But today's trip is tinged with sadness, because later this year, Number 9 is set to retire and is bidding farewell to the lines and landmarks it's called home for the past 80 years.
You only have to look out of the window at the number of people who follow this to realise that this is actually a very special occasion, and it's a very special thing to be part of.
But not everyone on board is getting the chance to drink in the views.
I've just served porridge, and I'm going to heat up the mushrooms, get ready to serve them. We've got haggis on today. It's usually black pudding, but because we're in Scotland, we'll have haggis on.
It's just fast, quality food and furious, really. We've been together about 11 years now. Not as a partnership. That's how you grill and go out now. Which, they love the eggs like that, just perfect eggs, aren't they, really?
The service on board today's farewell journey is all part of the experience. But it's a relentless schedule for the hospitality team.
Why do we do it? Well, because we get a buzz out of it. It's how trains used to be. So this is probably a labour of love, this job.
A labour of love too for the proud owner of number 9, 80-year-old Fife native John Cameron.
The steam men are a little fraternity of their own. There's very few of us left now. But what we lack in quantity, we make up for in quality. Is that right, Steve?
A sheep farmer by trade, John's lifelong passion has always been the railway. As a teenager, he rode the footplate of his local steam trains. But John is no mere passenger of number 9. As chairman of ScotRail in the 1980s, he earned his spurs as a worthy member of the steam crew fraternity.
I did my driver's course, as it were, and got passed out as a driver. I have to tell you, though, most of the track inspectors who were passing me out were guys that I had appointed as chairman of ScotRail. So I was quite confident I would pass.
John bought the engine for £4,500 in 1966, when the beloved steam locomotives were being phased out in favour of diesel. This rare footage shows how John kept her running on his sheep farm, offering weekend trips along a 2-mile stretch of disused freight track. For over 3 decades, number 9 has been running special charters back on the main line.
Oh, we have to run to the timetable. And we were booked to stand here for, I think, about 10 minutes to let a following train pass us.
The engine talks to you, so you listen and you do what the engine asks you, and it'll normally perform for you.
Steve's being modest. He's a good driver naturally. And I've no, when he's driving number 9, I'm quite relaxed.
But it takes more than just a driver to get a steam train going.
This is the main man, this is the fireman. You'll have to cut the next bit. The driver's gone for a pee.
Worst thing could happen is if you don't have enough water. And it's not happy when that happens.
I agree with the fireman there. When the water disappears from the bottom of the glass, then you start to worry. In fact, you start to pray.
Running out of water is every fireman's nightmare. Pressure in the boiler will build, causing the engine to explode. The next scheduled water stop is not until lunchtime at Aberdeen. Fingers crossed they make it that far. Back at Waverley, the morning rush is over and the crowds of commuters have dispersed. But customer service assistant Maggie is still feeling the heat.
It is very warm in the station today. There's not a lot of wind. We're constantly looking at our phones now, waiting on an email to come through to allow us to take off our ties, because that's as soon as it reaches a temperature of like 20 degrees. We are currently sitting at 19 degrees. It's there, but just not quite for us to receive that email letting us know that we can take our ties off.
Of the 20 platforms here at Waverley, one holds a unique place in Maggie's affections.
Platform 19, very special moment for me. It's where I actually met my other half. I was actually checking tickets on this platform and I mistook him for another passenger. So I was totally in the zone, asking her to check the tickets, and along came this gentleman, and later discovered when I looked up that he was actually the conductor for the train that was departing.
Over 700 conductors currently work on ScotRail services. But there's a lot more to the job than checking tickets. Trainee conductor Melanie has just departed Waverley with her instructor, Rebecca.
So you get given this every morning, and this is your duty for the day. Right, so next stop is Embark, and we are departing at 9:43. I think we're running about a minute late already. There's no signal. Embark, we're going to be on the left side, and there's no signal. No signal, right, perfect.
Conductor training takes up to 6 months. As well as an encyclopedic knowledge of the network, conductors must be well versed in safety procedures.
So once the train stops, activate, get the doors open. Step off. So what I'm doing now is I'm just checking that everybody's alighted from the train and joined the train, safely, carefully. I'm not going to trap anybody in the door. There's no signal, so I don't need to worry about that. Blow my whistle to let everybody know we're about to dispatch. We're ready to go. Jump back on, close this door. I'm going to let the driver know that we're ready to go.
Rebecca and Melanie are making the 55-minute journey south from Waverley to Tweedbank, better known as the Borders Railway. First opened in 1849, the line fell victim to the beaching cuts and was closed in 1969. But following a long and determined campaign, it reopened in 2015 at a cost of nearly £300 million, becoming the UK's longest new railway to be built in over 100 years.
I like being out and about and meeting people. In previous jobs, I never really got to speak to many people and interact, so this is why I wanted to come and do work for ScotRail and interact more with people.
At Tweedbank, it's all change before the return journey to Waverley.
Make sure that everything's clear.
Which means it's Melanie's moment in the spotlight.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard the 10:29 service to Edinburgh Waverley to arrive in Edinburgh at 10:24. Could all passengers please take a few minutes off their time to read over the safety notices that are located throughout this train. Once again, this is the 10:29 service to Edinburgh Waverley. Next stop, Galashiels.
Do I know what your only thing was that you messed up at?
What did I?
You said you were getting to Waverley at 10:29, but it's 10:24, but it's 11:24. But other than that,
well, to be fair, that was only 6 minutes ago. I want to say to her, don't look at me.
She makes me not look at her, and if I look at her, she's like, I made a mistake, that's your fault. You looked at me.
I've still got all my notes for my announcements, just because I'm not really confident at doing it. I put my telephone voice on for it, so.
Even with all the stresses of her training, there's still time to enjoy one of the perks of the job.
It's nice to get out and see a bit of scenery, and I must admit I really do quite like the Tweedbank line. It's absolutely lovely, and just if you do get a couple of minutes, which is not all the time, it's good just to have a wee look out and see all the lambs, especially at this time of year and stuff. It's lovely.
Melanie's training is coming to an end.
Signal, New Craig Hall, signal.
In a week, she'll be examined as part of her final assessment.
I try and come across as really confident and everything, but inside I'm in knots thinking about it. I do get really, really nervous. So certainly on the day that it all happens and everything, I'll not be able to eat anything or anything.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
The West Highland Line, regularly voted the most scenic railway journey on the planet, and with good reason. Stretching from Glasgow to Fort William and onto the tiny port of Mallaig. It winds its way through a wild and ancient terrain, But a hidden danger lurks within the rugged splendour of this landscape. It was here, in January 2018, that a huge landslip sent 1,000 tonnes of rock and mud tumbling onto the line below. It struck overnight, and the following morning at 7 a.m, an approaching two-car passenger train travelling in near darkness failed to spot the obstruction in time and was derailed. Fortunately, no one on board was hurt.
Yeah, good to see you. Good. Right, it's about then.
Network rail engineers Tom and Stuart are visiting the site to check on measures designed to prevent further damage.
So the boat journey's taken us less than a minute to cross. That allows us to move the number of people that we need on site safely and quickly. It means we don't have to put a road rail vehicle onto the track, and it means we don't have to affect the normal timetable of the trains.
The 2018 landslip occurred between Glenfinnan and Lochharlett on the West Highland Line.
This is the channel that it carved out when it failed, which went all the way down to track level.
The small catchment fence was no match for the landslide.
That's what the landslide did to the lightweight cat fence.
So, Tom and his team are installing a new, improved barrier. It will be the largest in Britain and the first of its kind in Scotland. 11 steel columns, each set into a reinforced concrete block in the hillside, will support an 80-metre long sheet of industrial-strength wire, designed to catch boulders as big as washing machines.
These are drilled in to the slope and the anchor's latched around that, and that takes any of the force if a landslide were to happen. It's designed to stop the same force as a double-decker bus rolling down that hill before it reaches the track. This line, it was built purely to connect the town of Mallee to Fort William. Connecting the two communities is really what railways do, and it's a fantastic job to be able to continue that and keep people's connections and transport options going.
As part of their investigation, Stuart's team of geotech engineers have studied the conditions that triggered the 2018 event.
We had a lot of snow cover, which was followed by a very rapid thaw. So we had negative temperatures, and overnight basically went into positive figures. On top of that, we had significant rainfall. And ultimately, the slope just got too saturated, and it failed.
Predicting when a landslide will occur is near impossible. But for experts like Stuart, the landscape offers clues as to where the next one may strike.
You can see that the ground is wet here, following what has been a dry period of weather. So there's obviously there's groundwater here, and our concern for this place in particular is that because the scars potentially opened up at the back, it allows the water to penetrate the surface, create what we call a slip plane, and it's that top layer which then can slide, resulting in a landslip.
When complete, the barrier will preserve and protect this vulnerable stretch of line. But Stuart's job is far from finished.
This is just one slope out of a huge area in Scotland. About 40% of this line has a slope above it, which is in excess of 100 metres. So that presents some challenges. It means that 40% are more likely than other areas of the network to fail and have a landslip such as this.
To get a clearer view of the challenge they're facing, Stuart will have to take to the skies. It's lunchtime at Edinburgh Waverley. But for trainee conductor Melanie, food is the last thing on her mind.
So today I'm doing a traction assessment on the 170, which is behind us, and also I have my written and oral rules questions today. So this should be, if all going well, my last day in training. Come on.
The first part of the test takes place on a scheduled service with paying passengers.
How are you feeling about your assessment?
Nervous. Really, really
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
The route they're travelling is along the Fife Circle, a 56-minute journey from Waverly to Glenrothes. Her examiner today, Andrew, spent 5 years as a conductor before rising the ranks to ScotRail's conductor team manager at Edinburgh Waverley.
You need to be a people person. We need to have a calm nature, but be able to be authoritative just in case you are in any sort of emergency situation or a difficult situation where you need to take control.
Right, so we just have to, so we've got North Queensferry, so it's the second stop, so if you jump off there,
Thank you.
okay, you're absolutely fine.
Thank you so much.
I suppose when you're out doing an assessment, you're on a live train, so you never know what you can come up against. Things happen all the time that's a lot more involved than just checking and selling tickets.
Good morning. That's lovely, thank you very much.
So far, so good.
Cheers, thank you, cheers.
Melanie's reached the end of her outward journey at Glenrothes.
Terminating.
Yeah.
So make sure everybody's off.
Yeah, no problem.
Make
So
sure
it's,
everybody's off.
that's fine. This is the 11:29 from Kirkcaldy to Edinburgh Waverley, and the next stop is Kinghorn. Thank you. Telephone voice, see?
Good telephone voice for that one.
Definitely.
Yeah, well done. Good, clear announcement.
Right.
Doing an announcement like that will become second nature once you've been doing the job for a couple of weeks.
It's gone well, and I'm getting there. I was awake really early this morning thinking about all the different things that I need to remember. Hopefully everything goes all well today. Get a good night's sleep tonight.
Melanie's coping well under the pressure of her final assessment, and there's some welcome respite as the train crosses a familiar landmark.
You're never tired of coming across the bridges, and especially a day like this. We've picked an absolute perfect day, and it's lovely.
One of my favourite things as a conductor is always coming across the Forth Bridge. Always like to get. You've got your tickets done. You can have a look.
But as the train pulls into Waverley, attention turns to the final part of her assessment, the written exam.
Right, ready? Ready, let's do this.
The paper features 200 questions on the railway rules. Fortunately for the sake of Melanie's nerves, Andrew can deliver the results almost immediately.
Well done. You've passed your railway rules exam. You'll be a fully fledged conductor.
That's brilliant. I'm really pleased. Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, thank goodness.
The 80-year-old Gresley A4 locomotive, Union of South Africa, known to her fans as Number 9, is halfway through a farewell tour of the UK. Having departed Edinburgh at 9:15 this morning, she's winding her way 130 miles north and is due into Aberdeen shortly after 1 p.m. For owner John Cameron, Number 9's farewell tour is bittersweet. Although a farmer by trade, he's dedicated a lifetime to his first love of steam.
Come here. Come here. Oh, there you go.
He's even built his own signal box at his home in Fife.
It was, I suppose, every young person's dream was to experience railways and steam locomotives. Even in those early days, I decided that sometime I was going to have a steam locomotive.
When she first entered service, Number 9 bore a plaque featuring a golden springbok. But by the time John purchased her in 1966, the plaque had mysteriously disappeared.
At the time when I asked about it, nobody knew where it was. And then 20 years later, it appeared at one of the Railwayana auctions. I think perhaps other members that were present at the auction recognised the old white hare, so there was no bidding against me. And the auctioneer proudly announced that the Springbok plaque was going back to where it belonged. And I reminded him that the price I just paid for this was about 3/4 of what I paid for the locomotive in the first place.
Since restoring number 9 to her former glory, John and his magnificent machine have been invited to transport many distinguished guests.
Maybe the highlight of these special occasions was the reopening of the Borders Railway as far as Tweedbank. And of course our guest for the day was Her Majesty the Queen. And the royal train was required to be taken from Edinburgh down to Tweedbank. And number 9 was, of course, the locomotive that was appointed to haul it. I've now owned number 9 longer than British Rail have. So there you go. Perhaps that shows my age, mind you.
It's amazing. You know, there's been school classes out, and people in fields, people in towns, all waving and happy to see it. You know, and you just feel you're part of that. I'm waving back because I'm so happy.
Having arrived in Aberdeen, Union of South Africa has drunk her way through 5,000 gallons of water and is running on empty.
It's like a giant kettle, a steam locomotive, and it goes through an awful lot of water in the process because you're constantly losing it as steam up the chimney.
In their heyday, the A4s could survive the entire 408-mile journey from London to Edinburgh without the need for a pit stop, a feat that's no longer possible.
The trouble nowadays is because locomotives don't do big long stop runs, they're stopping and starting all the time, and you go through oil, water and coal quite quickly because of all the stopping.
The crew are volunteers, united by a shared passion for steam and a desire to preserve Britain's engineering history.
It's exciting, it's heritage, which we all love as well. It takes us all over the country, and we love each other's company as well. And we don't get paid a penny.
Number 9's not just here to take on water and coal. Before heading back to Edinburgh, she needs to be turned. But a 167-ton steam locomotive can't exactly do a 3-point turn.
The loco's coupled off. It's going down the faraway line there onto the table. They'll turn it, and by that time we'll be facing the right direction.
An eager crowd has gathered to watch this historic moment. But the turntable being used has never turned a loco as big and as heavy as an A4 before. Only time will tell if it's up to the job. Heading out of Edinburgh Waverley, on the line north to Aberdeen, you'll cross one of the most staggering engineering achievements of the 19th century, the Forth Bridge. Nearly 2.5 kilometres from end to end, and made from 53,000 tonnes of steel, it took 7 years to complete. A true emblem of Scotland and UNESCO World Heritage Site, its graceful image has been printed on everything from souvenir tea towels to £20 notes. But it's her towering height that's brought people flocking to the bridge today.
I'm afraid we probably take the bridge a bit for granted. It's a beautiful piece of engineering.
I think the word is iconic.
Very iconic, yeah.
Hundreds of daring fundraisers have gathered for a rare chance to abseil this national landmark. Among them, Amy and Rogan from Aberlour Children's Charity.
I'm quite scared. Yeah, looking at it now, I think we've been quite calm and collected up until now, but yeah, it's quite a height and we've seen the trains going over and yeah, so it'll be a challenge.
once you're standing underneath it, it's a lot bigger than you see on the telly. But I'm really looking forward to doing it as well, and you know, raising money for our charity is spurring us on.
Over 1,100 fundraisers abseil from the bridge every year to raise money for Scottish charities. Descending an eye-watering 165 feet, from the steel platform to the soft sandy beach below.
It's all in the mind, yeah, that's what I'm telling myself.
Yep.
I'll be telling myself that as I'm stepping off.
I've been on top of the road bridge before, been on top of the rail bridge, but I've not actually abseiled off it, so it'll be a first for me.
For one person abseiling today, scaling the 300 plus steps to the top will be a challenge in itself. Debbie Matthew is raising money for Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland.
I had a stroke 3 years ago, so this is hugely special for me. This is my 3rd year anniversary challenge. I've still got no feeling in my foot, so the first challenge is the stairs and then the abseil itself, so it's huge for me today. Chest, Heart and Stroke have been amazing, and I want to give them something back. So yeah, a bit emotional now.
Rooting for Debbie are husband Johnny and their son Finlay.
They'd be quite nervous past maybe week and a half.
I think they're really pleased, they're really proud of me, what I'm doing. I don't think they can quite believe it either yet. And I've pledged to raise £1,000 and I've smashed it. So,
once the harnesses
That's pretty good.
and helmets are on,
The colour suits you.
oh, thanks.
it's showtime.
Roll up. Let's do this. Okay, guys, let's go.
From a slightly giddy 165 feet above the Forth,
Wow.
the views are breathtaking.
Oh wow, look, the view up here is amazing.
Meanwhile, Debbie's nearly conquered her first hurdle of the day.
I'm almost at the top, so that's huge for me. I'm really excited, and this has been a huge challenge for me, and this was my first thing I wanted to do. So, and I've just about done it.
The faster it goes, the faster you go. You cannot go too fast.
Right, Amy?
Yeah.
Joy.
Thank you so much.
200 trains thunder across this bridge every 24 hours. And there's no let up in the schedule today.
Oh, that was just amazing. The adrenaline rush is just like, woo!
Each year, the abseilers raise more than £400,000 for charity.
That's quite high, eh? When you look down.
It's Debbie's turn to take the plunge.
You can do it, Debbie.
It took over 4,500 men 7 years to build this bridge, a landmark that stood firm since 1890. Debbie's managed to conquer it in just 90 seconds.
When I was up there, actually about to jump off, a train did go over. It was a bit rattly. You can hear it was really, really loud actually. And the ropes start to move, and you're starting to jiggle about. So yeah, that's a bit surreal. Looking up and seeing the train, and there we go. We have one now.
I just can't imagine coming off there myself, you know. It's just so proud of her, you know.
It's amazing. Like, I probably wouldn't do it. But, yeah, I'm very proud of her.
From busy cities to rural communities. 2,300 trains crisscross Scotland every day, connecting passengers to 359 stations around the country. They travel a network of some 2,800 kilometres, carving a path through spectacular but often hostile environments. At Cumbernauld Airport, Network Rail engineer Stuart Jamieson is getting ready to take to the skies with aerial cameraman Sean Leahy.
Once we finish there, back into Oban, refuel, come back to Cumbernauld. I actually get to fly in what I consider the most beautiful part of the British Isles, the West Highland Line. It should be on everybody's bucket list to come and see. Don't go on a cruise, don't do anything like that. Come and see the Railways of Scotland because you'll never ever forget it. It is one of the greatest things you'll ever do.
But the West Highland Line is under constant threat from the very landscape upon which it sits. Stuart is part of Network Rail's geotech team,
It's a nice day.
responsible for detecting potential landslides, like the incident at Lochielt, which derailed a train in 2018.
So the mission today is to go out and use the helicopter and the aerial imagery we can capture today to get a really good perspective of the big natural hillsides.
A 3-hour journey by car, the helicopter flight to Lochielt will take just 20 minutes. And the views aren't bad either.
It doesn't take long heading north from Helensburgh before you start getting into the mountains.
Well, I do have to pinch myself every now and again to remind myself I'm actually being paid to do this, because I just have to look out the window ahead of me. This is raw nature at its very best. It is just a beautiful part of the world.
Built in the final years of the 19th century, the Mallaig Line is a triumph of Victorian engineering. The 40-mile stretch features 11 tunnels bored through solid bedrock, plus 6 spectacular concrete viaducts, including the iconic curving 1,200-foot span at Glenfinnan.
That is the Jacobite steam train going across the Glenfinnan Viaduct, or the Harry Potter Bridge, as it's known. It is a majestic sight. It really does help to renew the nostalgia and the romance of the railways. A steam train running through this scenery is probably the epitome of rail travel.
So we're heading up to Lochielt on the Mallaig Line. We're going to get some great aerial overview of the site, just see exactly what's happened. This was the main landslip event in 2018, which caused the derailment.
What we're looking at now is the prevention works that's going on, so the concrete supports are in, but what we can do is we can look right out and look right up the mountain to where the problems are. We can see where the scarring is at the top, and we see the scarring on the other side, and we can see if there's any fault lines beginning to appear.
The benefit of the aerial survey is we can just check in on these sites. We know they failed in the past. We're looking for any deterioration around about the scarring, and we're looking for any new scars.
Fortunately, today's survey has revealed no immediate threats to the line. But for Stuart and his team, the challenge of safeguarding Scotland's railways continues.
The thing you need to realise here, we're battling with nature. We can't stop these landslips happening, but we can try to better predict when they may happen and impose control measures to stop the trains colliding with debris.
on the Malloch stretch of the West Highland Line at the shores of Lochielt, it's a big day for project manager Tom. Network Rail geotech engineers Alistair and Stewart have come to check on Tom's 80-metre-long landslide barrier that's been bolted to the hillside.
Stuart and Alistair are having a look because ultimately it's their asset that they're going to take on in the future.
The good news for Tom is that in the 2 weeks since his last visit, progress has been swift. All 11 posts have been erected and 80% of the mesh is up.
It is what we hoped for. It might look visually obtrusive up close, but in the context of the environment, when you get a little bit further away, it blends in quite nicely. The detailing looks fantastic. The guys have done a really good job.
It's the only barrier of its kind in Scotland, and Tom's confident it'll handle whatever Mother Nature throws at it in the future.
You see these rings? They're essentially the suspension. So when a landslip happens, that barrier flexes out, flexes back again, and catches it, much like the suspension in your car. And those rings allow the wire to essentially extend out, and then the ring brings it back.
For those who've been involved in its construction, this week sees the culmination of more than 18 months' hard work.
It's really nice to see something like this be constructed. You get a bit of a buzz from working on emergency response jobs, and this part of the network is the most beautiful. It's my favourite part. I was really excited to work on the Mallaig line, and it's just so picturesque. I love it.
What we're doing here is safety critical. We are ensuring the safe passage of trains through these beautiful landscapes.
And we're very happy with the way it's turned out.
The 167-ton steam locomotive Union of South Africa is in Aberdeen, about to be rotated 180 degrees so she can make one final return journey to Edinburgh.
A locomotive can go forwards or backwards, and there's no issues mechanically with that. But for safety reasons, they prefer to have the funnel at the front and the driver looking forwards. And if you look at the tender, you'll see why, because the back of the tender is often piled up with coal. So actual visibility going backwards, tender first, is very limited.
The Ferry Hill turntable, first built in 1906, has only recently reopened, having been refurbished at a cost of almost £100,000.
There we go.
It was originally powered by a vacuum motor, but the motor hasn't yet been fixed. So today they've replaced horsepower with manpower. With this icon of steam set to retire from service, it's a site owner John Cameron is unlikely to witness again.
Going well, eh? Considering it's manpower. Backed a couple on the coach, and then back to reconnect with the train.
It's 5 o'clock, and having reconnected with its 10 carriages and 230 passengers, number 9 is winding its way back to Edinburgh Waverley. And dinner is served.
It's fillet steak with Yorkshire pudding with a nice rich pan-fried gravy.
It's the gravy train project.
It's been a long day, but it's been really very enjoyable. All the passengers and guests are happy behind us, so another day done.
As the sun sets, number 9 bids a final farewell to the rugged landscapes and quaint villages it served for the best part of a century.
I look at it this way, I guess number 9 is like myself, it's getting old. And you can go on so long, but you can't go on forever. So we'll go out together.
Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains,
If you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
for the engineers safeguarding the track,
If you're under no illusion, you get at the top of this thing, it's scary.
and for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, press the button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time on the world's most beautiful railway. The world's most famous steam locomotive crosses Scotland's most famous bridge.
It's definitely not to be missed. We'll be raving about it for weeks, I'm sure.
We meet the men who keep Edinburgh's historic station shining.
The amount of work that goes into trying to prepare this station every day is a massive job for us.
And a slice of the Highlands comes to King's Cross.
In my heart, I'm just so proud to be Scottish.
Many of the 15 million visitors that visit Scotland each year start their journey at Edinburgh Waverley. Nestled in a valley between the medieval Old Town to the south and the Georgian architecture of the New Town to the north, the station sits in the heart of the spectacular city. Up to 1,000 trains arrive at Waverley's 20 platforms each day.
Platform 30, 40, 21, 50.
Pat Monaghan is the ScotRail duty station manager tasked with making sure this huge operation runs smoothly.
Only problem this morning is the 7:30 Aberdeen, which is a planned cancellation. Got a full cancellation at starting in Dundee.
Today, they're planning for an exceptional arrival on platform 19.
Just a reminder that we've got the Flying Scotsman in this morning, arriving at 9:36. So we expect that to be pretty popular. We're going to have plenty of staff there.
That's great.
Take it easy,
Seasley. Yeah, the Flying Scotsman arriving in here this morning means that there'll be additional people, a special charter, and also train enthusiasts, anybody want to get a photograph of a selfie or a photograph of the train itself.
Right, here we go, that's us got the signal now.
Train dispatcher June Cassidy is especially keen to greet this historic locomotive.
I'm actually going to meet a friend who's bringing a wee boy in to see the Flying Scotsman. He's a mad enthusiast and he's only 4 years old. Hi! How are you? Look at you! You're so cute. Turn around, let me see you. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Designed by son of Edinburgh Sir Nigel Gresley, who is commemorated by a plaque here at Waverley, in the 1920s, the Flying Scotsman took just 8 hours to travel the 392 miles from London to this historic station.
Oh, Finlay, look at that. It's amazing. It's huge wheels. Look at the size of the wheels. Look at that, Finlay.
In 1934, the Scotsman cemented its reputation as the first British locomotive to reach 100 miles an hour.
Oh, God bless you. What a tissue. Wave to Mum. Wave to Mum. If you're in a place like this and you can share it, especially with the wee ones, that's just puts such a smile on their face. You know. There you go. Wow. Is that good? Is that really good? You have a wee bit of shake out, it was good, funny.
The Flying Scotsman has made a splash at Waverley, but now it's time to head off and ready itself for a day of special charter runs around the Fife Circle.
Bye. Hey, my wee darling, I'll see you soon. You have a fabby day, okay? It's been a really good morning. This is going to make me smile all day.
The geology that sculpted Scotland's dramatic landscape has also shaped a unique industrial heritage. As engineers work to bore through mountains, cross valleys, and ford estuaries. The pinnacle of their achievements in the 19th century remains both an icon and an essential part of Scotland's transport infrastructure. The Forth Bridge.
It's quite a walk with a few hundred kilos of equipment. That's quite a walk. I haven't got a particularly nice day for it, but you put up with it.
Six times the length of the Eiffel Tower. The bridge was built on land in 3 sections and took 4,500 men 7 years to construct. 70 of them lost their lives during an era when working on the bridge was a perilous occupation.
In days gone by, they would quite happily climb all over the structure. No harnesses, no ropes, no nothing.
Today, this UNESCO World Heritage Site is an emblem of Scotland, and careful measures are taken to preserve its unique character, right down to the smallest details.
This structure is what is known as a thunderbox, and this is what the guys in past days used as their toilet. If you need to use the toilet, you climbed over the wind fence, down inside there, and what's inside there is a small board with a hole in the middle of it and the river beneath you. And that is a listed structure.
After major refurbishments were completed in 2011, a weatherproof coat of emulsion has put a stop to the world's most famous never-ending paint job. But a bridge 2,500 metres long still requires constant maintenance.
Be under no illusion, when you're at the top of this thing, it's scary, but it's what you find is it's not the height that gets you, it's the exposure.
Guys are preparing to do some abseiling over the side of this part of the bridge because we have some minor fractures that we need to find underneath us, and the only way we can locate them is to go over the side and take a look.
Working suspended on a rope 45 metres high, and with trains thundering past, health and safety is a serious business.
We've got trains coming over here in both directions every 5 or 10 minutes during the week. It's a busy railway line. The driver will sound his horn, and we must acknowledge to let him know that we know he's coming. If we don't acknowledge him, he'll start braking the train, he'll start slowing down.
If there's any lanyards hanging off you, there's a good chance you can get something caught, especially if you've got stuff off you there as well. If this got caught, you would be going with the train. Your body would be in pieces.
We have a safety boat on call, and the safety boat is in place in the extremely remote possibility that somebody was to fall.
Life on the railway.
The thing with this job is, it seems like I've not got much to do, but it's quite what you've got to do, you just got to get it right. But as you can tell, you're up pretty high. If you have a bad day at work, someone's going to have a bad life. Just show me. Sorted.
Edinburgh Waverley is one of the largest stations in the world, and keeping the building in peak condition is a constant battle.
The amount of work that goes into trying to prepare this station every day is a massive job for us. The roof itself is one of our biggest challenges to maintain. Each and every day the guys are up there doing a bit of litter picking, cleaning out any blockages in the drainage system. We're here to keep a beautiful station looking beautiful.
The size of 14 football pitches, the station roof is the third largest glazed structure in Britain and makes the most of the station's central location. But style comes at a cost, and it takes 30 man-hours a week to maintain it.
This is how we get to and from places. We use these wee runners. We clip them into the rail down here. Glass is man-safe. It should take the weight of a human. But if you did go through it, then you'd be hanging on your harness with this.
Refurbished at a cost of £130 million in 2012, the sloping glass funnels dirt and rubbish into 28 valleys, each of which has to be carefully cleaned.
You see the amount of beer cans we find. A full can of Guinness without even a drink. I'm not even tempted to open that and keep it for myself.
This is an area that we would class as one of our throw zones. We have a lot of people coming up here after a night out, had a few drinks. Things will start getting thrown over the wall.
Umbrellas there.
We've actually had quite a bit of underwear getting thrown over.
Even get the occasional bike from time to time.
Alongside the litter, Ewan Dalrymple and his team face another fierce adversary in their battle to keep Waverley beautiful. Pigeons. Last year, Waverley spent £60,000 trying to deter and clean up after these feathered foes.
These up here, these are the hawks. Try to scare off the pigeons. Their droppings come down on the glass and stuff, and it's filthy. These are a preventative measure. It works to an extent, but I think the pigeons get wise to it after a while.
The pigeons are a massive problem. So you used to get the guy who'd come in and he would have his rifle and he would be doing a pigeon cull. Now, that was stopped a couple of years ago, and we now have thousands of them that turn up on a daily basis.
Ewan and his team have employed every weapon against their unwelcome visitors.
We've installed a lot of spikes throughout the station. We've also installed netting and put specialised pigeon gel.
But they've been outwitted at every turn.
Pigeons are very, very clever.
And have the law on their side.
As soon as the pigeons start nesting, they are in control of the situation. If you look up in the top corner here, we cannot go near this nest until the baby has hatched. I heard that some other stations do have cats. I think if we were going to get a cat for this station, it's going to have to be a very big cat, a big hungry one. That's the one, son, that's the one.
Connecting Edinburgh and the southeast to the north of the country, the Forth Bridge is a vital part of Scotland's rail infrastructure.
Yeah, go out to X-ray 30.
Yeah, just let you know, I've got abseilers going over the side.
Today, a team of abseilers are checking on the condition of some of its 53,000 tonnes of steel.
The steel that we're looking at is 128 years old.
It's making a transfer over
The bridge expands and contracts summer to winter. It has vibration going through it when trains go over it, so small fractures do appear. If they were left, the fracture would start to grow, and we'd have a very expensive job on hands.
I could spot some fractures, but I think it's just fractures in the paint in the middle.
Costing £3 million to build in 1890, the bridge was a milestone in engineering and design. In 2011, a 10-year restoration project was completed at a cost of £130 million. And keeping up with small maintenance is an ongoing priority.
Yeah, that's the one up here, mate.
These fractures can be difficult to find, and there's quite a lot of work involved in putting one man over the side, so it's great news when we go over and straight away find it.
So you marked the area there then, yeah?
I've got it, mate.
Job's done?
Aye, that's it.
Cool. We couldn't have set the ropes up any better. The crack was actually exactly where the ropes were. So, yeah, perfect.
And see here with this black line there, that's a fracture in the steel. So that's been identified by us now, and we mark up a position for access platform to do the repair.
Done well today. Time to get the stuff packed up, put it back in the hut, and time to go home.
The Flying Scotsman is scheduled for a series of tours around Fife and over the Forth Bridge. But first, it's making a pit stop at the Bo'ness and Kinneil Heritage Railway.
We're just prepping the engine just now for its mainline tour tomorrow. Just brightening it up and everything, giving it a good polish and making it stand out nicely. Such an iconic engine. It's a great piece of British machinery, and it's a wonderful experience to be working on this. It's a dream come true.
The Scotsman is maintained and run by professionals from the engineering company that completed a £4 million refurbishment in 2016. Today, some volunteers from Bo'ness are adding to the manpower.
Just like tinkering with an old car, you know, it's always going to want stuff doing to it.
With 150 tonnes of train and fully loaded tender to bring to a halt, the Scotsman's cast iron brakes need to be in mint condition. And replacing the brake blocks is a regular task.
It's like if you take your car to a garage and they change your brake pads. Obviously it's a bit heavier and more involved. If you look at the brake blocks now, when I move this, you can see the brake blocks actually moving away from the wheel. Right, just like that pin. Just take that split pin out, knock that pin through, and the brake block will come down. Let me take that pin and put it in one of the new ones, make sure it fits. Engineering it at quite an advanced scale. The weight for the thing. And the age, it's 96 years old now, so there's things here that you couldn't just go on and get off a shelf now. So. It's the old one, that's the new one we're going to fit. So you see how much is actually worn off it through obviously running. That pin fits in there. It doesn't fit in there, so we'll just make that a little bit bigger so it does.
Fortunately, Bo'ness has a workshop perfectly equipped for heavy engineering.
You could stand and file them. It's a lot easier with this than it is with the files. Ooh, was that made for that, or was it made for that?
The Bo'ness and Kinneil Railway opened in 1981 and now welcomes over 60,000 visitors a year who can ride one of 5 restored steam locomotives.
I just need to go and check the water.
Some of the volunteers bring expertise from the era of steam on the main line, but they've been joined by a new crop of steam enthusiasts. One of the most dedicated is photographer and mother of 2, Jane Wright.
She's been on the go for quite some time down in these flights, really, and she comes up very high in my standard.
We're doing good. It's really good to be out with people like George because he has done it for real. You know, he did it as a job, and it's really good to learn from people like him.
Jane's been a railway enthusiast since the age of 14. She took a 15-year break from locos to concentrate on career and kids. But now she's back, getting her hands dirty. And the chance to help prepare the Scotsman is not to be missed.
These wheels are bigger than me. To be this close to something like this is amazing. You know, it really brings out the sense of scale of it. It's a monster of a thing. This feels very special. Yeah, it's lovely just to stand here. Yeah. I've got old engineering books on steam locomotives from, you know, the 40s and 50s, and I love sitting there on a Saturday night reading about these things. You know, nothing's made like this anymore. It's a real part of history, and I think when you're seeing something like this out on the line and you can see it working, you know, it's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, you know, press a button and it goes. To me, there's a real beauty in the mechanics of it, and it just gives you, when you're cleaning it and you're bringing it up nice and shiny, it just gives you, you know, a nice sort of sense of purpose and, you know, a bit of pleasure to see it all shiny. You just know that, you know, there's going to be someone out there tomorrow taking a photo of it, and it's just, you know, the sun's glinting off it, and yeah.
For me, it's seeing the, like, kids when I was young and I saw this for the first time, seeing them just be amazed by it is quite special.
The replacement brake block is ready. Fitting it is a job for Jack Johnson, one of the crew travelling with the Scotsman.
But all it is that cast iron block is pulled against that part of the wheel there, and that's what slows it down just by friction. The engine weighs near enough 150 tonnes, so the engine by itself takes a lot to stop. Some of the hours you end up doing over the years, if you weren't an enthusiast, you wouldn't do them. So, like tomorrow morning, for example, I'm going to get here at 5 o'clock. That means I've got to get up at least 4:30 on a Sunday morning. I don't think many people would do that for work, would they? It takes a lot of loving.
The Cairngorms National Park is home to Britain's highest mountain range. Cutting through these granite peaks is the Highland Main Line. A rail network linking the small towns and villages between Inverness and Perth.
The scenery is amazing. Trees and forests, river gorges, mountains, waterfalls.
What else could you wish for? It's absolutely stunning.
The next stop is Waverley.
Regular travellers are Sally Spavin and Kate Howie. Kate and Sally live in Pitlochry, a Victorian town at the southern end of the line, with a station dating back to 1863.
Isn't it beautiful today?
So glorious. That's our highest hill, Ben Brackey, the sparkling Ben of Pitlochry.
The hanging baskets are lovely.
They are.
Aren't they?
I hope they've been watered.
Together, Kate and Sally run the local community rail partnership, a group devoted to preserving the heritage of their local stations and making them a destination for visitors from across the globe.
All those towns on the line depend on tourism for their main income. So it's really important that those stations look good and are welcoming.
One of the things that we first wanted to achieve at Pitlochry Station was the refurbishment of the buildings and the bridge for the 150th anniversary, and we were quite successful.
It's one of the best bridges on the line now, which makes such a difference.
This year, Kate and Sally's hard work has been rewarded with a chance to promote their line at King's Cross Station. The pair are determined to show Londoners the best of the Highlands and have commissioned a local dressmaker to make sure they look the part.
Lovely. Feel very gracious in it.
It's very nice.
You happy, Janet?
Yes, it's nice. It's nice.
Yes.
The nice thing about this tartan, of course, it was chosen by the community. We made up 6 tartans and we put them up at the co-op, and everybody voted, and this one got more votes than all the other tartans put together.
Isn't it great that we have our own tartan in our
Yes.
own town? Not many
Yes.
towns can say that.
The purple of the heather, gold is the autumn festival, and the green is the big tree country. The blue is the river, and the dark blue is the dam. And of course, it all represents really this beautiful place that everybody comes to visit.
The scenery is amazing. Just to go on that train journey through the Highlands and the Cairngorms is amazing. 150,000 passengers go through King's Cross every day, so that's an amazing opportunity to market our area to those folk.
Good. Okay. Right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Kate and Sally are hoping that their Pitlochry tartan outfits and their passion for the local train line will help them attract visitors at the King's Cross event, which they've dubbed the Highland Fling. 60 miles south in Edinburgh Waverley, it's starting to feel like summer.
It's very warm in the station today. It's lovely, not complaining, because we're always complaining of the cold. The cleaners up on the rooftop, I think they've got the best deal so far.
All right. You could be in worse places, eh? You could be in worse places. You get blue sky, you're up, you're getting a suntan.
The fresh air and views go some way to compensate for what it's fair to call a very big job.
I think if you thought about cleaning 27,000 windows, I think you'd gaff your head, I think you'd gaff your nut.
John and the team clean station roofs all over Scotland, but Edinburgh presents the biggest challenge.
Glasgow Central Station is not so bad because the glass is kind of opaque, but here at Waverley, when you look down and you see everything, you know. A lot of things we cleaning, they think, nobody ever thinks about how a thing like this would be cleaned. They never look up. I think some people think maybe magic fairies come in at night time and cleaning the station up for everybody coming in the following day, you know. Nah, but it's all right. I suppose you would get tourists who'd pay a lot of money for a view like this.
The first Scottish railways were built to transport coal from the mines to the coast. But passenger lines soon caught on, and by 1900 nearly every Scottish town was linked by rail as steam trains crisscrossed the countryside. Keeping this heritage alive today is the Scottish Railway Preservation Society at Bo'ness, where old-handers pass down their knowledge of these engineering giants.
That's it. Perfect. Man, you're like an elephant there. You take a bit of line.
We're kind of at the stage now where we're just starting to get a little bit of pressure. So we'll turn our hands to cleaning and everything else that needs doing.
Jane's been here since the crack of dawn to start the fire in time for it to build enough heat to create the steam pressure to power the engine. While she waits, there's plenty of other prep to get on with.
Fireman's job is the most physical. And can you... You've got to prep your engine, which means cleaning out the smoke box, cleaning out the firebox.
You all right, Jean?
Yeah, fine.
You want a hand or anything?
They're not too bad, actually. Right, Mark! It wasn't as bad as I expected. It's still a dirty job, though. It's all the ash that's built up underneath the fire, basically. We're just clearing it away. If you keep it nice and clean, then the air's got a better chance of flowing through the grate.
After a morning of hard labour, Jane likes to be fresh-faced for the ride ahead.
I like to try and look smart on the footplate. Put my lippy on. Lipstick matches my hair. This is my hat. It's got a few more adventures in it yet.
It's been an arduous 2 hours prepping the engine, so it's time for Jane to refuel.
I'm breaking with tradition because these are not meat. They're made out of mushroom. But a proper fireman's breakfast still has to be done. Taste fantastic. There's nothing quite like breakfast off a shovel. These are big ovens, essentially, so you may as well make the most of the heat that you've got. I think they're about done.
With 60,000 visitors each year, the Bowness Railway is breathing new life into Scotland's steam heritage, thanks to the skills of volunteers like Jane.
But it's not just about shoveling coal. You've got to do all the uncoupling and coupling, changing points. So you are literally on the go all of the time. There's not, you know, a moment where you're sort of sat doing nothing.
Here we go.
Jane, driver George and trainee Mark are taking number 19, a local from the 1950s, down the 5 miles of track to Manwell Station.
You get good firemen and you get bad firemen. And then you get firemen that don't know what they're doing. And Jane, she's fine. No problem whatsoever. Oh, you look after that young man?
Ultimately, I guess everybody wants to become a driver, but I think for me, for the time being, I just want to be a fireman. I think the fireman has the fun job. My dad's an engineer. His dad was a boilermaker, so I guess for me, it's almost in the blood.
It's been a long 8-hour day for Jane, but with a train full of happy customers and more valuable experience under her belt, it's all been worthwhile.
This was my first firing turn with George. I feel like it went really well. I'd like to think it went well anyway. I'm tired, but in a good way. A big smile on my face. Certainly not as clean as it was this morning.
Are those got bottoms in? You're doing a grand job.
In London, Kate and Sally from the Highland Line Community Rail Partnership are packing 2,500 goodie bags in preparation for their Highland Fling promotional event at King's Cross Station.
When I was in the army, I had staff who did this. I'm not one of your soldiers.
Listen, the first 2 lots of bags I did, I forgot to put the map in. Can you imagine the telling off that I got for that?
The pair are hoping their goodie bags will tempt some of the 110,000 daily visitors to King's Cross to make the trip north and discover the beauty of their beloved Highland mainline.
Our hopes are that the 2,500 goodie bags are going quite quickly and that people just come and engage with us and interact with us, you know. We're up against the clock now.
We've got 1,000 to go.
Keen to draw as much attention as possible to their Highland main line, Sally and Kate have brought a unique slice of local life from Blair Athol. The Athol Highlanders are Europe's last surviving private army and are inspected each May during a Highland gathering at the Duke of Athol's fairy tale castle.
We were raised in 1777 to fight in the American Wars of Independence. Today we're purely ceremonial and come to Blair Castle and you'll see us, parade, you'll see the men parade, and you'll see 100 of us dressed like this.
Graham and his men are happy to share their passion for a part of the world they care deeply about.
A lot of people, they don't know about lovely Scotland. They don't know that you can get on one train.
Put it on your left shoulder.
Go all the way up to Inverness. No changes, no traffic jams, just up that lovely rail line.
This is now the cross belt.
The Highland Main Line rail line.
About £1 for every one of these I put on.
I think we've had an amazing start to the morning. They're quite small rural communities up in the Cairngorms and they're very, very dependent on tourism. So what we wanted to do was to come down to London today and let people see what a fantastic part of the country our Community Rail Partnership covers.
They were terrific. And look at that saltire. In my heart, I'm just so proud to be Scottish.
Fantastic crowd, beautiful weather, and the saltire. What more can I want? So I think there'll be a few drams tonight.
Oh, a bit out of fitness there.
I don't think there's ever been anything quite like it at King's Cross Station before.
Filing.
Duthie was playing a bit slow. Was he? Yes. We'll speed it up the next time.
Oh God, you're ambitious.
Yes,
you're ambitious.
Yes. That was,
you've got it in you for a
that was the
second.
funeral pace.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The goodie bags are going like snow off a dike.
Kate, Sally and the Athol Highlanders are confident that today's effort will have spread the word that their patch of the Highlands is one of the most scenic parts of the country.
See if I can get you just to go back half a step.
And best viewed from the comfort of a train.
Where have you been? All right, we'll do it again.
Thank you.
Oh, I've only spoken to 781 before.
Oh, God, what the heck have you been doing all day?
After its pit stop at Bo'ness, the Flying Scotsman is taken to the rails. And at Inverkeithing Station, this legendary locomotive is being eagerly anticipated.
I've always had a passion for steam trains. I like anything that has a piston on it. I know that sounds silly, but I just love them.
Everybody's heard of the Flying Scotsman. It's famous all over the world.
I'm particularly looking forward to going over the Forth Railway Bridge. It's a spectacular bridge, so yeah, that makes it even more special.
Getting this iconic train ready for its tour of Fife has been a labour of love.
It's challenging this morning. 5:30 started
bringing the fire around, getting it ready for today. And then I was the fireman from 8:30 all the way to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that involves a lot of coal shoveling and that. You don't really see a lot of the scenery because you're firing most of the time, but we come through one station one where and there's families and everything, and they're all like, wow, and that gives you goosebumps. That was quite nice.
I remember as a young kid being sat on my dad's shoulders watching it come in, and it's weird now to now be working on it. It brings back a lot of nice memories.
On today's special charter along the Fife coast and across to Stirling, the Flying Scotsman is giving its 200 passengers a taste of train travel from a bygone era of steam. One of today's passengers has a very special reason for taking her seat on the Scotsman.
The reason I'm here actually is because my father drove the Flying Scotsman. He retired after 38 years. I have a photograph here when he was selected to be the driver to take the non-stop from Edinburgh down to London. 1948. They tried to get me to go on the footplate and I was too timid. And I've always regretted not having actually been on the footplate when my father was there. So I'm very grateful to be here. It takes me back.
It's done quite a few things in its life. You know, it's been to America, it's been to Australia. It was the first engine ever to officially do 100 mile an hour. It's ticked a lot of things in its life, and it's still, you know, still alive and kicking. And like today, you know, we've got 10 or 11 coaches behind us, all full of people, all paid money to come and ride behind it. So obviously, the nation wants to see it run everywhere.
The Scotsman is making 3 loops of Fife today, following the picturesque coastal line north before heading inland to Stirling on its way back home. And the highlight of each trip, a majestic journey across the Forth Bridge.
It's definitely not to be missed. We'll just be raving about it for weeks, I'm sure.
It's great taking the engine over the Forth Bridge. It means a bit more on that engine because, you know, doing that's quite iconic. That's the first time I've done it with that engine, so stick with me for a little while.
As the day draws to an end, the footplate lights up the evening. Travelling back across the Forth Bridge at night is a final highlight for the tired crew.
The amount of joy it brings to people, that's it in a nutshell. It's all engineering marvels, if you like. There's nothing else like this, really.
Oh, she's beautiful. She really is.
It's been a very long day today. You know, we're all a bit tired now. I think engine is as well. She wants a bed.
Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains,
If you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
for the engineers safeguarding the track,
If you're under no illusion, you can get at the top of this thing. It's scary.
and for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, press a button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time, an iconic Highland journey touched by magic.
I mean, I've been travelling up and down here for 30 odd years now, and it's just the most beautiful job ever. I love it.
A bird's eye view of a railway black spot.
The danger to trains here is that if we let the geometry of the track deteriorate to such an extent, you start to create a derailment risk.
And a whistle-stop tour to the most remote railway station in the UK.
Incredible that this little station exists in the middle of this vast landscape.
On the West Highland Line, the Mallaig extension runs from Fort William to the coastal town of Mallaig. On the way, it cuts and climbs through some of Scotland's most awe-inspiring and diverse terrain. When this 41-mile line was completed in 1901, it connected sleepy Mallaig with the rest of the country, transforming the town into a busy and bustling fishing port. But these days, the special trains leaving Mallaig stacked with freshly caught herring are long gone. Instead, it's eager tourists who cram into these carriages to travel the line.
28F. And your time. Okay, thanks now. Have a good day.
Every summer, the Jacobite runs 2 return journeys a day. From Fort William, it runs along the shores of Lochiel before crossing the Glenfinnan Viaduct. After winding its way through the hills and skirting Lochiel, it cuts a path north, hugging the coast all the way to Mallaig.
You just go straight to carriage C, which is the next carriage along from here, and it's seat number 7 and 8B. Okay, thank you very much.
One of the most well-known faces on board is Florence, who's been the Jacobite's guard for the past 24 years.
West Coast Railway Company would like to welcome you aboard this 10:15 steam service to Mallaig. The scenery is just amazing. I've been coming up and down here now for all these number of years, and there's some days where it just takes your breath away, just with the different lights and shadows. The people, obviously, you get some people coming back year after year, so that's good to see them. And it's just the best job in the world. I just absolutely love it.
For Florence, working on the Jacobite is a family affair.
My son Lewis, he also works in the railway. He is a guard and fireman. As a baby, he would come on with me, and the school holidays, he would come on, he would go and run up down the train collecting the rubbish for the girls in the buffet, and so he was never going to do anything else.
Having given so much of her life to the Jacobite, Florence was recently honoured with a special gift.
There we go. The first class coach was named Florence, and that was a birthday present for my 50th birthday, so it was a surprise. You all work as a team, and we enjoy it, so obviously that shines through. I hope that shines through, because we're all sort of quite happy and enjoy our work.
"70,000 passengers ride the Jacobite every summer. And it's not just the magical scenery they come for.
I'm here with my girls, and they're big Harry Potter fans.
I kind of feel like I'm in the movie.
Me too.
Ever since the Hogwarts Express first steamed across the Glenfinnan Viaduct, Harry Potter fans from all over the world have descended on this pretty pocket of the Highlands to jump aboard the Jacobite.
And now for our Harry Potter fans.
Glenfinnan Viaduct coming up shortly.
At 1,200 feet long and 100 feet high, the elegantly curved 21-arch viaduct is a star attraction in its own right.
I'd done my research. I'd had a look at quite a few of the travel books, so I knew to sit on the left-hand side to get a better views and the chance of the photographs of the train going over Glenfinnan Viaduct as it curled round.
It was great, yeah. It was really cool to drive over and see the beautiful view.
Most people come on for the Viaduct, and it's spectacular, it's absolutely amazing. I always say, you know, just wait till after Glenfinnan, it gets better, honestly.
First, a pit stop. The Jacobite waits at Glenfinnan station for 30 minutes each way, offering travellers a chance to stretch their legs. It also gives Florence a chance to catch up with her son Lewis and the engine driver John.
This is where we get away from the madding crowd, you see, a bit of relaxation. It's been a very strenuous day so far.
You don't know the meaning of the word, John.
Lewis, young lad, he's just started. He's picking up good habits. He's a very good fireman.
Yeah, I'm only here to shovel coal. That's my job.
So the driver's in charge of the engine and the guard's in charge of the train and the passengers. So the driver does what the card says.
Having my mum in the train is challenging at the best of times. It's all right, I suppose. Yeah, she does a good job.
With one more round trip to squeeze in today, tea break is over.
All aboard the Sunshine Express!
You're not left there.
Liquid sunshine.
Euston Station, London. 120,000 people come through here every day, making it the busiest intercity passenger terminal in Britain. It's been the London hub for travellers to the Midlands and the north of England for nearly 200 years. And in 1873, the country's first official sleeper service left this station attached to a mail train, bound for Scotland.
So this is going to be coach E, so this is going to Fort William this evening. So we'll make sure.
These days, conditions for overnight passengers on the Caledonian Sleeper offer a little more luxury.
This is one of our club rooms. So we just check that the toiletries have all been set up right and that the correct breakfast cards are on the bed, which they are. The air conditioning is working nice and... It's nice and cool in here.
2 sleeper trains depart Euston every night bound for Scotland.
So we're going to open the doors now, ready for the guests to come on board.
And Ricky runs the hospitality team on board.
Tonight we've got a fully booked train and we'll be boarding the guests at 8:30 and then we'll be serving meals and drinks in the club car, giving the guests their nightcaps before they go to bed, maybe 1, 2 o'clock, who knows, in the morning, and then making sure that they get up, have their breakfast and are off the train at their right stations in the morning.
I'm thinking cheese board.
I'm thinking haggis.
I'm thinking cheese board.
I really hope they have some haggis
I'm thinking head straight for the dining car.
Okay.
2 of the guests boarding this evening are no strangers to the Caledonian Sleeper.
Which platform is it?
Should be platform 1, longest platform at Euston. 16 carriage train, longest train.
Should we go?
Got to be platform 1.
Let's do it.
Married couple Jeff and Vicky recently became a YouTube sensation with their online documentary, All the Stations.
We are at Penzance Station.
And we're going
to all the stations.
2,563 stations.
All of them?
Let's do it.
Video diaries of their adventures get hundreds of thousands of views online.
We want to do a trip in 24 hours, so we're catching the sleeper. We're going to spend the day tomorrow in Carrara, and then we're going to catch the sleeper back again tomorrow night.
To the Highlands. Yes?
Yes.
The 16-carriage sleeper departs Euston at 9:15 p.m. and arrives at Edinburgh Waverley at 3:45. There, it splits, with 6 carriages continuing on to Inverness, 5 to Fort William, and 5 to Aberdeen. Jeff and Vicky are taking the Fort William branch, getting off at Carrara in the heart of the Highlands.
Shotgun, top bunk.
No, I want the top.
So you've got a breakfast card on your bed there, so
Lovely.
if you'd like to order tea, coffee or juice for the morning.
Yep.
Are you coming down to join us for a nightcap or
Very
something to
much,
eat?
very much
Okay.
so.
Just 5 coaches down, you'll
We're on
find
it.
the lounge
We're
car.
on it.
Thank you so
Okay, I'll see you down there
Thank you,
shortly.
Ricky.
Perfect,
Love it.
thank you.
I'm preparing a cheese board and I'm going to do a chocolate tort as well. We serve all night on the sleeper. Yeah. For as long as the passengers can go, we can go. There can be a party atmosphere. It depends on the night.
And tonight could be one of those nights. Barely 5 minutes out of Euston, the lounge bar is already standing room only.
There's a lot of camaraderie amongst the Fort Williams. They all know each other. So you quite often find different sets of guests will know each other from previous journeys and they'll all sort of sit together and have fun, I suppose.
It leaves Euston at 9:15, it trundles into Rannoch at 8:15 in the morning, and it's an absolutely beautiful location. You know, it's right in the middle of the mountains, the moors, the lochs and everything, and it's absolutely wonderful.
You know, I've never slept in a sleeper before, so it's quite exciting, really. As long as my husband doesn't snore, we'll be all right.
Can I have some of your haggis?
Sure.
Thanks.
From the guest's perspective, I think it must be amazing to fall asleep in dreary London where it's all grey and raining, and then you wake up in the West Highlands, which is beautiful.
The service is due into Carrara Station at 8:58, where Jeff and Vicky will begin the next stage of their adventure.
Wake-up call for you in the morning?
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, yeah.
With an action-packed day ahead, it's probably a good thing they've decided to call it a night.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. You ready?
After you. Let's do it.
Oh, I think it went really well. A load of happy guests off to their beds, full of whiskey and haggis.
Good night, everyone.
(2,300 trains a day crisscross Scotland, travelling on some 2,800 kilometres of track. And from windswept coasts to the wild highlands, every last inch of the line is monitored and maintained by Network Rail's army of expert engineers. At Cumbernauld Airport, aerial survey specialist Sean Leahy is getting ready to take flight with geotech engineer Stuart Jameson.
2 straps over the top. Yep.
So the objective for today is to get aerial imagery to pick up any new defects, to look at some of the defects we already know about, and to look for any deterioration, anything that may be a cause of concern.
I've probably flown this line 60, 70 times, and it changes every day. It's just like flying through the Garden of Scotland. It's absolutely beautiful.
Today they're on the trail of the West Highland Line.
Camera system on.
Built over a period of 4 years in the late 1800s at a cost of just over £500,000, this world-famous railway cuts through a landscape of breathtaking beauty.
We're in the wild highlands of Scotland, in amongst the hills of the Trossachs and the mountains. It is just a beautiful part of the world.
So we've got Loch Lomond just down behind you, and the railway is just over that hill line you can see on the west banks of Loch Lomond.
Loch Lomond is a 22-mile long freshwater lake and is often seen as the boundary between the lowlands of central Scotland and the Highlands. From its northern shore, the West Highland Line splits in two, with one branch continuing north to Fort William and on to Mallaig, and another forking west to Oban. Today, Stuart wants to survey the mountainous western stretch along the Oban line.
There's lots of loose boulders in and around these trees and above, and because the hillsides are very steep, they can actually make their way down the hillside towards the railway and cause us problems.
Falling rocks and boulders don't just damage the tracks. If they come to rest on the line, they can derail a train.
You can just see the volume of rock material sitting on the hillside itself, all of which could potentially become dislodged at some point. So aerial surveys to look for any sort of recent defects or movement is something that has high value to us.
In 2010, a two-car passenger service was derailed on this line after striking a boulder that had fallen onto the track. Fortunately, none of the 64 passengers or 3 crew members on board were seriously hurt. It's not just boulders on the slopes that Stuart needs to keep an eye on. The rock beneath the track is also cause for concern.
So Sean, yeah, that's it there, yep.
That's a big lump of rock, isn't it?
Just that whole area you're focused in on now, that's the area that we're experiencing a lot of movement. The rock is just slowly sliding down the hillside, very slowly, but over time that can cause voids to open up underneath the track, and we basically lose the ballast, and that creates a hole in the track. We've got monitoring systems on individual blocks, large blocks that have the potential to topple and actually obstruct the track.
These sensors act as the geotech team's eyes and ears on the ground, and they require regular review. So the next job for Stuart and the team is to get back to track level. At Edinburgh's Waverley Station, 1,000 trains arrive or depart each day from all corners of the UK. With an average of 70,000 travellers passing through these platforms every 24 hours, Customer Services Assistant Maggie has to be on her toes.
I love coming into my work because you never know what you're going to be presented with. It could be from disruption to somebody looking for lost property. Then we get, passengers that have never even been into the Waverley Station. So it's making them feel at ease when you're actually taking them to where they need to be.
Maggie's just received a call from the Mobility Assistance team. They need her to help a passenger due into Waverley this morning.
We're just meeting a gentleman off the train. He's a visually impaired passenger, so we're just going to find out where he's needing assistance to. Hello, it's Maggie.
Yeah, hello, how you doing?
Let's step down.
Thank you. Smashing, thanks. Yeah.
So where are we off to today then?
Well, if you could take me to the atrium, please. I want to go up to Princes Street.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, forward.
Paul is a regular traveller through Waverley Station. As his sight has deteriorated gradually over the past 20 years, train travel has become his lifeline. Paul is just one of 350,000 registered blind people in the UK, the majority of whom rely on public transport to get around.
Well, here we are at the steps. We'll have a good day.
Yeah, and we'll see you on the
forward to
next
seeing you
one.
again.
Cheers. Okay, and find the step. Good boy. Forward.
It was lovely to see him again. It's amazing that he can find that independence again, and with the guide dogs, it just goes to show you how important they really are.
And then find the step. I started using trains more and more when Roscoe and I sort of became a team. Roscoe's liberating me, allowing me to do things that I want to do. And the assistants making sure I get to the right seat, making sure I'm on the right train. And meeting me off the trains as well, that's equally important. Roscoe makes everything feel normal, which it is, of course.
Roscoe is one of 5,000 guide dogs in the UK helping visually impaired people to lead a more mobile lifestyle. But learning how to cope with the hustle and bustle of a busy station like Waverley
Morning, everyone.
is something guide dogs must be taught from a very young age.
We're going to get the 10:13 train from here into Waverley, and then we'll do some training with the puppies in Waverley Station.
At New Craighall Station, puppy training supervisor Roisin Milner is assembling a new batch of recruits.
Train travel is essential for the guide dog puppies because they are going on hopefully to work for somebody who is visually impaired. So car transport is not an option unless they're a passenger. So they are going to be using trains, buses, trams. We want them to come here and be totally comfortable with the noise. It can be a very frightening place at a station. Trains whizzing past, and we want them to be comfortable getting on the train and finding the guide dog owner a seat.
For the first 12 to 15 months of their life, guide dogs are raised by volunteers called puppy walkers. It's their job to help socialise the dogs, getting them used to the sights and sounds of the world around them. Labrador Retriever Flora is 16 months old.
Well, on Tuesday she goes on to the next bit for training, so she'll be leaving us, which will be really hard because we love her so much, and we worry that nobody will love her as much as we do.
Flora has just one more session with her walker Helen before she flies the nest. Next stop, Edinburgh Waverley. It's 7:15 a.m. and having left London Euston just 10 hours ago, guests on the Caledonian Sleeper have woken to a breathtaking landscape.
You go to sleep in London and it's dark, and then there's that beautiful moment when you raise the window blind and it's like, mountains, lochs, Scotland.
And the railways in Britain just take you to these incredible places that you can, some places like Carrow that we're going to today, that you just otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. The magic of sort of falling asleep and waking up somewhere new, it's just fantastic.
Railway adventurers Jeff and Vicky have visited every station in the UK, all 2,567 of them.
Mountains.
Look at that!
But the station at Carrow, where they're heading this morning, is one of their favourites.
Next to the station is the station house, and it has a restaurant and cafe. And because we'd enjoyed it so much, we actually came back for our honeymoon when we got married. It's just a really beautiful place, so yeah, it's quite a special location for us.
Just before 9 a.m, tiny Carrow Station appears on the horizon, against an immense backdrop of wild and unforgiving terrain. At 408 metres above sea level, it's officially the highest and most remote station in the UK.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. See you again.
Isn't that just amazing how quietly it kind of rolls out? We've been here a few times now. This is the third, fifth time?
Fourth time.
And it's just incredible that this little station exists in the middle of this vast landscape.
Sadly, the mist is quite low today, but it doesn't matter because it's still always still beautiful.
In 1996, this station gained worldwide notoriety when it featured in the film Trainspotting. But that's not why Jeff and Vicky are here today.
The thing is, right?
Right.
If you were building a railway today,
yes,
would you look at a map of Scotland and the mountains?
I know. I'll put it right here.
Let's just build it there.
They've come to meet local historian Colin Clark.
The man.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Colin.
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, nice to meet
Colin.
you.
Hi, Jeff. How do you do? Hello. Good. What a marvellous place.
When this remote stretch of the West Highland Line was first proposed in the early 1890s, a 7-man team was sent up to try and plot the 41-mile route.
They set off in January, managed to get a rowing boat, and the 7 of them piled into the rowing boat, and they proceeded to row up the loch. Now it's about 7 miles from the end of the loch to this end of the loch. and it was raining, it was blowing a gale. When we were getting halfway up the loch, the boat was leaking. They got up this end here, it's pitch black, they crashed into the side of the loch.
The men were rescued from the loch by locals, who put them up for the night in a nearby lodge.
So that was the start of the venture.
Wow.
Yeah. Perhaps not the best of starts,
no.
but at least they got this far,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
always good.
The expedition party included Robert McAlpine, who would become an engineering pioneer, but at that time was building his first railway in the south of Scotland. At first light, McAlpine and his compatriots set off again.
So they would have walked on this exact...
They'd have walked on this exact track, yeah, 130 years ago, and then here they were.
But dressed in tweed and travelling in winter, the expedition team were ill-prepared for the treacherous conditions as the weather turned against them.
If you're going for mile after mile after mile over there, it's quite tiring on your legs.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Now, the ground's wet, it's splodgy, you're splashing along, you're walking in tufts, you're jumping from tuft to tuft. After another mile and a half, it was clear
They weren't going to make it.
they were struggling, really badly struggling. And the first man went down, and he fell and just couldn't get back up. He was unconscious, he was right, he couldn't go on any further.
Undeterred, the hardy McAlpine and a colleague powered on across the boggy moor in search of help, leaving the others behind. Incredibly, the men stumbled across two shepherds, who immediately set out to look for McAlpine's injured colleagues.
And they found them, which is a bit of a minor miracle. So with a bit of whiskey in the lips of the unconscious man, they managed to get him to sort of semi-consciousness and on his feet.
They revived him with a dram of whiskey. I love it.
A couple of drams.
This is why I say we should always carry whiskey.
Please tell me this was a happy ending and they survived.
Everyone.
Well, I should probably have started the story to say they all survived, which made it a good story. But in the end, it was obviously worthwhile, because the first sod was cut for that new railway in October of that same year.
Despite their brush with death, McAlpine would play no part in the building of the line here. Instead, the job was given to London-based engineers Lucas and Aird. Not to be outdone, McAlpine's response was to construct a railway unlike anything the world had seen before. The 41-mile Malig Extension. Featuring 6 spectacular viaducts made from reinforced concrete, pioneered by Robert McAlpine, which earned him the nickname Concrete Bob. 120 years on, it remains a masterpiece of railway engineering. The Jacobite steam service runs 2 trips a day back and forth between Fort William and Malig. It's back-breaking work for the firemen, who shovel around 3.5 tons of coal on each round trip. But veteran engine driver John Hunt relishes the challenge.
It's a tricky line. There's a lot of climbing, some steep gradients up, some steep gradients down. You've always got to be on a lookout. Always got to be prepared for the unexpected.
John's been working the footplate of steam locomotives for nearly 50 years and has become something of a local celebrity to rail enthusiasts.
Well, it's a privilege to get paid to do something you enjoy. Not many people can say that. It's a challenge every day. There's no 2 days the same, but the scenery is always there. And it's beautiful scenery, and it's a pleasure to do the job. Set him back.
The Jacobite service is run by West Coast Railways, the largest operator of steam trains in Britain. Commercial manager James Shuttleworth helped bring the Jacobite here in the 1990s.
Piper, here, up. Good lad. The service is called the Jacobite because we took over in 1995, which was the 250th anniversary of the Jacobite uprising at Glenfinnan, which is an integral part of the journey, Glenfinnan. The route has been described as one of the great railway journeys of the world, so we're not going to argue with that.
As with others who work on the Jacobite, steam is James's passion as well as his 9-to-5. He's an avid railway photographer, and today he's hoping to capture the locomotive against its most iconic backdrop.
I'm very lucky to be able to combine an interest in railways with the job. I don't pretend to be a particularly dynamic photographer, but it is nice that you get the opportunities to do it, and this certainly gives me the opportunity whenever possible.
James isn't the only one who's come to witness this magical moment.
Glenfinnan is one of the key shots on the line that people like to come to, but I think this has got rather more to do with Harry Potter. In the early days of when we were running the Jacobite, if I'd come up here, I might be the only person here. I can see probably 50 or 60 people here today, which is quite extraordinary.
The Viaduct is absolutely gorgeous. The scenery around it is fabulous.
Blown away, it's amazing, yeah.
It's so beautiful. It's just even more beautiful than we thought it was going to be.
Oh, it's stunning. Just the surrounds, you don't even think about like the mountains behind it. You just, yeah, you could stand here and just really take it all in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be crossing the Glenfinnan Viaduct. Glenfinnan Viaduct coming up shortly.
Right on cue, the sun pierces the clouds and shines down on the Jacobite.
Yes, it's very proud. It's always nice to see. And everybody waving to each other as well is always good.
There's probably as many people out in the hills taking photographs of us coming over as there is on the train.
It's so exciting to come see the Jacobite crossing the bridge.
Is it the Jacobite or is it the Hogwarts Express? Who was on it?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
As the crowds disperse, James is keen to share his morning's work with driver John, who he recently collaborated with on a book of photography celebrating the beauty and history of the West Highland Line.
Well, that was all right in the Viaduct, wasn't it?
Was it all right for you?
Yes. Do you want to have a look and see my humble effort, see what you think of that?
Your master shot, yeah. Oh, just got that right, didn't we?
We did.
I just opened up when the sun came out for a brief moment, you know. Marvellous, well done.
Volume 2?
Yes, not bad at all, that, James. Yes, well done.
After 2 return trips, today's service is coming to a close. But tomorrow morning at 10:15 sharp, the Jacobite will be back on the line. For those who work this route every day and have fallen under its spell, it's a journey that continues to work its magic.
I mean, I've been travelling up and down here for 30 odd years now, and every day it's different. I mean, you come out of the tunnels and you look back, it's just stunning. And the water can be green, it can be blue, it's just beautiful. Just the most beautiful job ever. I love it.
Puppy training supervisor Roisin Milner is travelling into Edinburgh Waverley with 5 guide dog puppies and their walkers. She wants to get them used to the hustle and bustle of a busy station.
Here's a good girl.
This is Edinburgh Waverley, final stop. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Every year, up to 1,500 guide dogs are trained in the UK. These 1-year-old puppies have nearly completed the first stage of their training.
Oh, you're clever, girl. Right, Cobs, lead the way, mate. Steady, good boy.
It's Roisin's job to help transform them from excitable puppies to guide dogs in waiting.
We want them to ignore the pigeon and just go straight on. It's fine to look, but no lunging. Excellent. We're actually on the lookout for pigeons or any other distractions. And it's just the dogs are taking in the moving things, the unusual objects, the sound of the tannoids, just getting them used to this environment. As you can see, they're all quite calm and relaxed. What the good thing we have about the station is there's various stairs. What we're looking for here is for the dogs to indicate the step to show that there is an incline. And we want them to walk up the stairs nice and steadily, and then them to come down the stairs very slowly and calmly, making contact with every step. It was a great session. The dogs were all so well behaved. They've done amazing. train travel is essential, you know, for somebody who's visually impaired. It's going to be one of their main modes of transport, so it's really essential that the dogs are very comfortable in this whole environment and that they can get them safely from A to B.
At Arachar and Tarbert, in the heart of the Trossachs National Park, Network Rail geotech engineers Alistair and Stewart are preparing to survey the Oban stretch of the West Highland Line. But this type of work requires meticulous forward planning.
Understand the line is blocked between the station limit boards at Arachar. Return for 9:15, 0915, over. That's us now got a blockage of Arachar station and we can mount the machine on the track.
Our colleagues have just taken an electronic token which allows us access to the line. So the premise is only one key exists at any one time, and if you've got that key then you've got the key to the line and you're actually on the track and no other traffic can run into the section. So we'll be protected from the movement of trains by having that.
To access the line, they're using a road rail vehicle, a truck modified with flange steel wheels so it can grip to the tracks. They've travelled to a section of the line that's under increasing threat from the very rock upon which it sits.
This lump of rock here used to be attached at a previous stage in time up there, and it slid down the hillside. It's fractured, and these fractures come right underneath the track, and when that rock slowly moves open over time and displaces, you get a loss of ballast, so we lose support effectively underneath the track and a hole opens up.
In 2018, on this very spot, the ground opened up, exposing a void beneath the track. Rail services were halted immediately, while Stewart and the team came to investigate.
What we've had to do is we filled in the hole and then we injected it with a polymer resin to bind all that material together and basically just re-establish support underneath the tracks.
It's an area of constant movement. We know that this is creeping very, very slowly. It's like your hair growing. You might not notice it, but in 6 months' time it'll be moved. So there's a period of intensive maintenance through this section.
The biggest fear for Alistair and Stewart is a train derailment, like the incident that occurred along this line in 2010, when a large boulder derailed a two-car train and left the front carriage hanging over the road below. In an effort to avoid such a disaster, a sophisticated monitoring system has been installed on this vulnerable stretch of the line.
We've got geometry monitors on the track which measure the movement of the rails and the sleepers, and we've got a system of cameras set up at the site as well which are movement triggered and send images back that we can look at in the office. And further on into the site we've got monitoring set up on the actual hillside itself, on the rock slope.
There is a concern that this large mass of rock could potentially slide or topple down towards the track, so we've got monitoring on there just to pick up any movement.
Using technology to monitor the terrain here is nothing new. Stewart and Alistair are heading a few miles down the line to check on a unique monitoring system in the shadow of the 1,100-metre peak of Ben Cruachan.
We've got a number of challenges through this section, mainly from falling boulders, from rocks and boulders which are high on the hillside and can roll down onto the railway. We've got a system which is a very old monitoring system. It was installed not long after the line was opened in the late 1800s.
It's a series of 10 wires which are in tension, and the idea is that if a boulder was to come down the hillside, it would interact with those wires and snap one or more of them, which then detension the system and will drop one of the semaphore signals into the danger position. That then alerts the train driver approaching that there may be an obstruction on the line within that section.
Installed in 1882, the system of tripwires is called Anderson's piano, after its Victorian inventor, John Anderson.
It's known as Anderson's piano because the wires whistle in the wind and the tension on them are like tension piano wires. So they make a kind of noise as the wind rustles through them.
The wires stretch for over 4 miles along the line, with signals erected at quarter-mile intervals.
It has a listed status, so we need to preserve it. I'm in awe of the mechanical nature of it all. You know, as an engineer, that is very pleasing to see, that someone can come up with something almost clockwork, and yeah, really cutting edge of its day. And we try to be cutting edge of our day with some of the kit that we're installing on the railway now.
Despite the advent of electronic monitoring, Anderson's piano still plays its part in track safety. And its survival is testament to the railway engineers, both past and present, who have been working to protect this magnificent line for over 120 years.
Quite often you kind of forget exactly where you are, you know, that you're in the middle of all this fantastic scenery because you've got a job to do and you're focusing on that job. But yeah, it is good to just take a few minutes and soak up the scenery and try not to take it for granted.
We are dead lucky, let's be honest. It's a great job and a great location.
In the heart of the Wild Highlands, railway adventurers Jeff and Vicky are on a 24-hour round trip from London to find out more about how the lines were developed here in the 19th century.
So this is Carrower Station. Yeah. Over there? Yes.
They've met up with Alan MacLeod, head stocker for the Carrower estate.
John Stirling Maxwell bought the estate in the 1890s, and just at that time they were wanting to put the railway through Carrower estate, and one of the conditions for them to do that was that they built the station, and it used to be a private station purely for the estate.
Would it be like the rich and the nobility? Would they come up for weekends from London or something to go?
Yeah, all over London or Glasgow, you know, friends of Sir John Stirling Maxwell.
Despite being the most remote station in the UK, these days Carrower is used by 20,000 people a year.
We're very busy with hill walkers and cyclists, and even over the winter you get people skiing, fishermen as well, all these lochs.
As head stocker, Alan is responsible for managing the 57,000 acres of the Carrower Highland estate on the edge of Rannochmoor. But his family connection to the West Highland Line stretches back over generations.
My grandfather and great-grandfather, they used to both work on the railway. My grandfather, he was a guard on the train, and my great-grandfather, I think he used to look after the track, you know, ensure the maintenance. I've actually got quite a good photo of him at first. He's beside the steam train and he's looking onto the hills of Carrower. It's quite interesting. I only found it a few years ago in a shoebox when we were cleaning out my granny's house.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's Jeff and Vicky's 4th visit to Carrower, but for them, this remote pocket of railway heritage has lost none of its charm.
As I stepped onto the platform, I remember having a massive grin on my face, because it's always a delight to come here. I don't think I'll never not smile.
It's always nice to come back. It feels familiar, and yet we saw so many things today that we have not seen before. It's a brilliant place.
For now, it's time to say goodbye. Having spent the day in Fort William, the Caledonian Sleeper has fired her engines for the 12-hour return journey to London. And Ricky is on hand to welcome them back on board the Sleeper.
Here comes trouble.
Having fallen in love with this place over the years, what's the betting Jeff and Vicky will be back soon for visit number 5.
Bye. Until next time.
Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains.
If you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
For the engineers safeguarding the track.
You're under no illusion. You're at the top of this thing. It's scary.
And for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, you know, press a button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time, on the world's most beautiful railway, experience some of Scotland's most stunning scenery on the West Highland Line.
We can sometimes forget that this is our day-to-day, our 9-to-5, our bread and butter.
Take a trip down memory lane to explore the sights and sounds of the Strathspey Railway.
As the trains were coming in, they would race one another. The two trains head-to-head on two different lines.
And in Edinburgh,
I love what I do, so I'm looking forward to seeing all the fans for the Spice Girls.
the Spice Train rolls into town. Railways have served Scotland for almost 200 years, connecting people and trade in dramatic and remote landscapes that had previously been inaccessible. In the Highlands, the introduction of rail travel sowed the seeds of early tourism, creating a destination for game hunters and fishermen along the banks of the River Spey. But for those who lived and worked here, the railway became an integral part of daily life. Folk musician Hamish Napier is a son of Speyside whose music celebrates the people and places of the old Speyside Railway.
I write a lot of music which is inspired by my local area, all about Strathspey and the Speyside whisky line that runs alongside it. Where we're walking just now, there would have been a single line of track running all the way to Boat of Garton and then eventually onto Aviemore, and that was the Speyside line.
The Speyside Railway originally opened in July 1863 in Dufftown and ran through the Spey Valley to Nethy Bridge, incorporating stations that served local villages and whisky distilleries. It was later extended to Broomhill, Boat of Garton and Aviemore.
They shut the railway, they closed the railway and tore up the tracks in 1969, and it now forms this beautiful part of the Speyside Way. It stretches for miles and miles and wanders alongside the river. I grew up in the 80s, and that was about 20 years after they tore up the tracks on the Speyside line, and I used to go for family walks. It was always a really strange feeling that you got when you walked along the railway lines, because it was like you're stepping back in time. It's like some kind of lost empire. You'd see all these old platforms and old bridges and tunnels. I'm just approaching the Craigellichy Tunnel, which is the only tunnel on the Speyside line. So you'd had the old steam trains flying through here from the 1860s to the 1960s. So 100 years of trains flying through this tunnel. Not a good place to stand 60 years ago. Before there was the railway line, it would take days or weeks to travel around the Highlands by horse and cart. But when they built the railways, it connected everybody together. It must have been a really exciting time to live here. It's one of my favourite places to go for a walk, definitely.
Dawn is breaking over Oban, a harbour town on Scotland's west coast at the end of the West Highland Line.
I'm just going to
out, Sean, and get the train started up and do my safety checks.
It's an early rise for the crew taking the 5:21 train from Oban to Glasgow.
See you later, gang.
Fresh from conductor training, Sean runs a tight operation on the West Highland Line. Assisted by driver Angela.
Right, everybody ready?
Ready to rumble?
Not only was Angela the first female train driver on the Oban line, she's Sean's mum.
32 years this month I've been in the railway. It's not just a job, it's a way of life to us.
Sean's dad is also a train driver. It seems railways run in the family.
He's heard of us talking about the job for so many years. I mean, he didn't think he would even get a chance because people don't leave the railway. It gives him a good lifelong career if he wants it. He absolutely loves it. Morning, Bannock South 4127, you're receiving over.
So when she gets permission, she'll give me a bell code, which I'll hear through a wee speaker on the train. It'll let me know that she's got permission to proceed, but I do not do anything or assume that I can go until I get the buzzes off my mum.
So what's your 7 up, far out? That's me ready to go, that's me got permission.
Today's family affair on the West Highland Line is business as usual for mother and son, Angela and Sean. It's all part of the Docherty's family connection with the railways.
There's like a running joke, instead of ScotRail, because their second name's Docherty, it's DocRail. So just because there's that many of us always coming in.
The Dochertys are a regular fixture on the line which runs 61 miles from Oban in the Highlands, down past Loch Lomond and through the Trossachs National Park, before terminating in Glasgow around 3 hours later. Although today, Sean and Angela will only be going as far as Ardluey, before swapping trains to make the return journey. Sean and Angela's daily route along the West Highland Line has been voted the world's top railway journey, beating off 400 other contenders including Machu Picchu in Peru and the Trans-Siberian Express.
There's always something different, and you're always travelling basically up one of the most scenic railway routes in the world. I mean, people pay just to travel up to Scotland just to run this route. And we can sometimes forget that this is our day-to-day, our 9 to 5, our bread and butter. I should probably go do my tickets. On in there, you got your ticket?
Set against rolling hills, crossing rivers, and skirting Scotland's coastlines are 2,800 kilometres of railway track, which every day carries some 2,300 trains to 359 stations. Much of the network is single track. But at Inverurie in Aberdeenshire, a huge project is underway to add a second line and slash journey times between Aberdeen and Inverness.
Like that way a bit.
We've got 2 shifts working here, day shift and a night shift. There's a huge coordinated effort, hundreds of people pulling together to install 2 sections of double track here.
To accommodate the extra line, the area that supports the track needs to be built and extended, with over 100,000 tonnes of earth, rock and gravel.
There's a huge amount of earthworks here, excavation and material, widening embankments, and in fact the big challenges of a job like this are the earthworks, the sleepers and the ballast are a bit like the icing on the cake.
This vast project doesn't just throw up engineering challenges. There's an environmental impact too. And it's the job of ecologists Liz and Sandy to help minimise the effect on wildlife.
So there's lots of holes everywhere that could be used by otter.
This stretch of the line is close to the River Don and is a popular spot for otters. So Liz and Sandy are looking for clues that the otters haven't been disturbed by the engineering work nearby.
This could be otter droppings. From looking at the remnants inside, it looks like there's a couple of fish bones in there, and it's quite tarry.
As well as otters, Liz and Sandy have also been monitoring badger activity in this area.
We have to make sure that when we're constructing the railway that we don't disturb or destroy any badger sets.
But they need to find out which sets are active and whether they're at risk of disturbance from the track works.
Lots of soft bedding.
So there is, yeah, there's a lot of bedding at the bottom there.
A bit of animal fur mixed with straw is a clue that this set is indeed in use.
This is definitely badger with this, because they sleep on that.
If there are any badger sets threatened by the earthworks for the new line, then Liz and Sandy will need to check this habitat is still safe for them.
If we were to destroy badger sets much closer, it's important that when we destroy them, that they've got alternative badger sets to come to.
So the team have gone ahead and built artificial sets out of plywood and drainage pipes, which they've installed a safe distance from the railway. But it remains to be seen whether the badgers will take to their new homes. Back on the track, engineers are laying concrete sleepers with a beast of their own.
We call it a spider because, as you can see, just lifts them off the train, then it spaces them to a certain spacing, which here is 650, and it puts them on the white line that we've already sprayed, right down at that.
Once the sleepers are down, the next job is to lay the track on top.
When you get steel over that sort of length, you're going to get play in it. It does look like a bit of spaghetti once the machine's moving it into place.
You've got high-speed trains coming along. Everything's got to be bang on.
And to get it bang on, they use a special tamper train to correctly position and align the track.
And what it does, it picks the rail up, and it'll compact all the stone underneath to make it nice and level and bring it to the correct height all the way through.
While the new track is laid, Liz and Sandy are checking to see if any new residents are bedding into the artificial badger sets. Badger des res as they may be, but sometimes a little encouragement is needed to persuade a badger to move home.
We've got many tricks up our sleeve, but we tend to use peanuts and oats with quite a lot of sugar, and we tempt them out with a trail and try and attract them to their new home.
We've got a lot of sand coming now that's been pushed out by the badgers. And if we look inside, we can see that there's paw prints there. So that tells me that recently something's been in and or out of it. Yeah, I think this has been used.
To check for badger activity, Sandy has set up motion sensor cameras.
Hopefully we'll have some footage on there and we'll be able to see exactly what's going on.
Back at their base, Liz and Sandy can check to see if their cameras have recorded any sign of new residents moving into the new badger sets.
That's brilliant.
Oh, found it.
That's definitely being used then.
It makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Means we can get on, build the railway, but we're still protecting the badgers as well and giving them somewhere else to live. So that's great that they found it.
Basically, we're giving them a home that they can...
Giving the keys to a new home.
Ah.
Edinburgh is served by two historic railway stations. Waverley Station, between the Georgian New Town and the medieval Old Town, sits in the heart of the city. Less central is her older but smaller sister, Haymarket Station, ideally situated for Edinburgh's Murrayfield Stadium. Today, Haymarket will be stretched to the limit as 50,000 fans head to Murrayfield for an eagerly anticipated concert by the Spice Girls.
If you want to be my lover, you gotta get with my friends.
And with girl power taking over, Waverley duty station manager Pat Monaghan has made the 5-minute journey to join forces with his Haymarket colleagues, Rab and Laura, to plan how to become one.
Hey, Rab. How you doing? Hiya. You okay? Yeah.
The queuing system's up and running. All the guys that are going to be doing all the queuing systems and everything for out the front and out the side all seems to be ready to go.
The Spice Girls concert is due to end around 10:45. Which means the last trains of the night will be full to capacity. But Pat and Rab are hatching a plan.
We're definitely getting the 2 specials in.
Are they definite?
We're going to check the 2 specials.
Yeah, we've got a Zulu going to Dundee, a Zulu going to Queen Street. They're all confirmed?
They're confirmed.
Zulu is the code name given to unscheduled secret trains. The Murrayfield concert is the only Scottish date on the Spice Girls tour, so fans have travelled from all over the country.
We got the train in from Glasgow. Tonight we're going to see the Spice Girls, aren't we? Yeah. Just off the train from Airdrie, we're going to see Spice Girls. Woo! Yay! We've travelled from Elgin and Dundee to Edinburgh for the Spice Girls! And Sheffield and Perth.
Spice Girls.
Yeah.
All right. Enjoy the concert, guys.
Station staff are also getting into the spirit.
I've been working for ScotRail for 3 years and I love what I do and I just love dealing with customers. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the fans for the Spice Girls. You look like Four Spice. You look like Baby. Let's go again, let's go again. Oh, the atmosphere has been electric. Everybody coming through, everybody's happy. Everybody is singing Spice Girls music. It's just wonderful.
You're getting a gold star and everything, mate. I love you. He's amazing. No, he's quality.
While everyone else is dressing up for the occasion, Waverley duty station manager Pat has dressed down for his role in tonight's crowd control operation at Haymarket Station.
I'm incognito tonight just because I'm here specifically as an overseer managing the situation, and if I was in uniform I'd get approached by customers all night. Oh, hi, Rab.
All right, Pat, how you doing?
Not bad.
You've been having a wee walk about there?
Aye.
Big numbers coming through, but...
A wee bit more than we anticipated, but and especially at this time of night, I thought we'd have maybe quieted down, we were doing along there by now, but there's...
Big numbers, but it's looking good, Pat. We've got enough people on.
Everything fine then?
Aye, everything's fine, no worries at all. Aye.
Cheese and chips time?
Cheese and chips time, aye.
Speyside, the home of Scottish whisky where, for generations, malt and grain have been transformed into Ishkaba, the water of life. This region, along the River Spey, is home to over half of Scotland's whisky distilleries. It's also home for musician Hamish Napier, who is retracing the route of the old Speyside Railway, which played its part in the old whisky tradition. Hamish is arriving into Blacksboat Station, halfway along the line.
Hi, Ian, how you doing? Good morning. Nice to see you again, Hamish.
To meet his old friend and rail enthusiast, Ian Lamb. Blacksboat Station was operational from 1863 until 1965, serving the village of Ballindalach.
This is one of my favourite pictures of Blacksboat. I just love that picture. It's such a period time.
They got the old beautiful old jackets and the railwayman's cap. You get the impression people are obviously really proud of their beautiful railway stations.
If it was a toss-up between my engine or station or the wife, you know what one it would have been, you see.
Right. So what kind of goods would this train have transported along here, along the Speyside line?
The weekly whisky, or Speyside Special, was obviously the main one, bringing coal and grain in from the central belt.
Yeah, and you see these long trains full of the barrels just sticking up, just tempting you. I heard there was one local guy near Nethy Bridge. When the train was stopped, you'd get a wee drill and go in from underneath and get a dram that way.
Well, I'm sure nobody would really do that.
All along the old railway line, there are signs of Speyside's whisky legacy and the sidings that service the old distilleries.
So we're just coming into Tamdhu Distillery just now. So we've got this beautifully old, restored, well-kept station building. Hi.
Good afternoon, gents.
How are you doing?
Hello. Very well, thank you. Yourselves?
Not bad.
A fine day for a walk along the old railway.
That's it. Aye, we're
What time's the next train? Are we...
I'm afraid you're a few years too late.
Sandy McIntyre from the Tamdhu Distillery is in charge of operations today.
Why not come up and have a wee look at the signal box? It's not normally open to the public, so it'd be great to let you see all the different levers. And I think there's only about 10 of these left of this particular style in the UK.
Oh, cool.
I think there was about 150 of them at one time.
Right.
A place called Clondrin.
With 3 generations of railwaymen before him, enthusiast Ian has a good working knowledge of life on the tracks.
Well, I'm not a signalman, but the red ones were the really, if you like, important ones because they were attached to what was called the home signal. And of course they had bells and all sorts of
was
things.
there? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, and it's because everything was bell code. People often say a single line, oh my goodness, you know, but you never had any accidents then, you see.
I've got this illusion of perhaps a signalman sitting in this wee cosy corner at 2 o'clock in the morning with a blizzard outside with his hot stove on, and let's face it, with hopefully a nice dram in his hand to sort of while away the hours of the evening time. But
no, he'd need that for his coffee mixture for the night, you see.
What came first, the Speyside line or the whisky distillery?
Well, for us here at Tamdhu, the railway was certainly here before the distillery was. The railway dates back away into the early 1890s. The station here at Tamdhu was actually built in 1899, but the distillery was built in 1897. And where that came about was actually the local community were wanting to have the railway station here. So it's a fantastic story of the railway was an integral part of the community.
And you think now Speyside is one of the world-leading places for whisky in the world, and the railway is one of the main reasons for
Yes, you know, it's an integral part of the whole of the whisky industry is having this lifeblood running right through the whole of the Speyside area.
The railway must have absolutely transformed this whole area. It must have helped people make business connections and social connections. It really would have united the communities in the area, so it's a pretty amazing thing, really. You've got this plume of steam running through the highlands between the trees all the time. It must have been a really beautiful sight.
Back on the West Highland line, mother and son Angela and Sean Docherty are today's train crew working the early morning service from Oban.
Morning. I'm good, thank you. You? Yes, please.
It's only Sean's 4th week in the job, but he's a chip off the old block when it comes to life on the tracks.
Hiya there. Thanks very much. Just from growing up, like, it was my norm getting on a train, my dad be driving it, my mum doing her guard duties and doing tickets and things. But I always knew that was something I'd want to be a part of, and I'm not really a 9-to-5 kind of person. Are you going to go into Oban live then? Yeah. I think I'm like the only one that isn't going. There you are, pal. Thank you. You're welcome. As well, as you can tell, I talk a lot. So it's good to have different interactions every day with people and hearing people's stories, people from all over the world, especially because we're such a scenic route.
We are now approaching Mahon.
Sean's passengers are rarely disappointed by the views across Loch Awe, Scotland's longest freshwater loch. Running 25 miles from end to end, it offers travellers some spectacular views, as well as occasional wildlife.
I never knew there were so many different types of eagles and all these things, and you'll just be sitting in the back cab one day and then you'll just look out and be like, whoa! Keep your eyes peeled so you can see some pretty cool sights. And that's us. Tickets. Morning, pal.
Back in the Spey Valley,
See if you've got the stern. Do you want me to go down in front of you, Dad?
local musician Hamish Napier has met up with his dad, Peter,
Here we go.
and taken to the water to unravel the beginnings of the Speyside line, the inspiration behind his songs.
Sometimes it might look quite calm, but then you've got all these overhanging branches and you know about it if you get caught underneath them. We've had a couple of experiences, haven't we, Dad? We're heading down towards Tomacrocker, and that is where the Speyside line crossed right over the River Spey. And the bridge is no longer there, but you'll still see the old granite posts, and it's just a beautiful sight. It's nice to do a bit of train spotting by boat. It's just an amazingly beautiful area. You've got mountains, rivers, this beautiful old Speyside line. It's just a great spot.
The main line may be long gone, but the railway and river are linked by history.
I lived in Glasgow for 16 years, and it was a great place for a real hub for music in Glasgow. But moving back here to Strathspey has been a great place to write more music. I usually try and find wee stories and things to sort of inspire bits of music. For instance, one of the pieces that I wrote for my album, The River, was about the log floaters.
From 1784, log floaters felled and floated trees downstream to Garmouth, the heart of the shipbuilding industry in northeast Scotland, for 200 years.
They cut down a lot of trees, and many of those were floated down the River Spey, much like we're doing just now, on big open rafts, 40 miles or so down to Garmouth, and they would transport them to the shipbuilding down there. And then, of course, when the Speyside line came in, they didn't have to float these logs. They could actually put them on board trains and transport them down that way. So the railway brought very big changes to the area. So we're just passing between the pillars of the Tomacrocker Railway Bridge. This is one of the 4 bridges that crossed over the River Spey. So the River Spey and the Speyside line did a wee dance. They weaved in and out. You crossed over the river here to get over to Tullochgorm.
When you think about, steam, locomotives, all the wonderful bridges that they built, I think one would have to be impressed by what the Victorians did.
It's kind of a lovely monument to a bygone era, this. Beautiful.
Back on the West Highland line, Angela is swapping trains at Ardluey to make the return journey to Oban, with her son Sean, the conductor.
That's us arrived at Ardluey, so I'm waiting on the train coming from Glasgow to come in, and we'll be swapping over. The driver for that will go on that, and I'll take this one back to Oban.
On the outbound journey, Angela and Sean's passengers are mainly early morning commuters. But on the return leg, the train serves as the school run for Argyll and Bute District Council.
So we're just coming up to Dunmalley now. This is kind of where the school kids all start to get on. Fingers crossed, because it's Friday, that they're going to actually be nice and quiet today.
On school days, the train transports around 130 pupils between Dunmalley and Oban. As well as being cost-effective for the council, it's much faster than using school buses in the remote outlying areas.
Morning, guys.
There aren't many school runs with views like this.
I get the train to school every day. It's really pretty. Like, you don't see this much from a road, and like you get to see Culturn Castle.
Kilchurn Castle is on the northeastern end of Loch Awe. Built in the mid-15th century by the mighty Campbells of Glenorchy, it was used as a base to extend their territory over the next 150 years, until it was badly damaged by lightning in an almighty storm of 1760, after which it was abandoned. Arguably one of Scotland's most photographed ruins, Clan Campbell's Castle has provided the backdrop for many a film location.
It's all a bit in ruins, but it's still really nice, and I think they set a bit of brave in it, which is quite cool.
Best castle in Scotland, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying that though because I'm a Campbell.
So that's us finally coming back into Oban. So looking forward to my bed, because I've been up since 3:30. But that's us made it back in safe and sound. So that's me done for the day.
Angela and Sean will be back tomorrow to crew another service on Dockrail. Back in Edinburgh, the Spice Girls concert has come to an end. Staff at Haymarket Station are now dealing with thousands of fans trying to make their way home.
As you'll see, that's crowds well and truly starting to come back from Murrayfield.
As the stadium empties and the station fills, Pat needs the Spice fans to stop right now.
So that shut the gates now then,
Aye, the gates are shut, but we just want to make sure everything's safe enough for now, okay?
That's us had to put the queue into full system now, and we'll be running the queue now, as opposed to the queues running naturally themselves. So see down there, platforms are full and they're at capacity now, so we have to take charge. That makes it all worthwhile. What we've done here today is putting that in place. Hopefully this train that's coming in will clear the platform and we'll be able to open it back up for a flow again.
To clear the crowded platforms and get passengers home as quickly as possible, Pat's got a couple of Spice trains up his sleeve.
This is one of our secret specials. This is Platform 0, 7 coaches going to all stops to Queen Street. It's not starting at Waverley, so it's not coming in with passengers already on after a normal Saturday night. It is exclusively to Haymarket customers. Most of them haven't been to the Spice Girls concert.
Yeah, it was awesome. Hi. Alright, I've got to go. But it was amazing. It was so fun. We're going to miss my train. It was fun.
What we're going to do with this train is actually load it from the front so that any last minuters can get it on at the back. That's our plan. It's about getting people home and getting people home safe. Can I get everybody to go towards the front of the train, please? Front of the train, please. Front of the train. Can I get you to go towards the front of the train, please, folks?
And with that, it's Viva Forever to the Spice Girls fans.
If we didn't have this, that would have been another 800 to 900 over there joining other services. A total success.
With the station de-spiced, the staff can think about getting themselves home after a hectic but colourful Saturday night.
Right, Rab.
This part.
Look at it. We've done it.
Tremendous. I just can't believe how smoothly it's went.
I thought I was getting a taxi home, but I'm going to get a train.
You're going to get a train? Sorry, it's cancelled.
See you after.
Folk singer and son of Speyside Hamish Napier is reaching the next stop along the route of the old railway as he rediscovers the places and people that have inspired his music.
So, just walked over the old Spey Bridge in Grantown-on-Spey and we're heading towards Grantown East, a beautiful old railway station which has just recently been renovated.
The last train passed through Grantown East on November 2nd, 1968. A moment caught in this footage, filmed by a local cine enthusiast. Sitting on the 350-acre Revac Highland estate, the the station was neglected and fell into disrepair. But in 2003, it was bought by American Karen Blessington.
Hey, Mish, how you doing?
Hi, Karen. How you doing?
Good to see you
Nice
again.
To see you.
How are you?
How you doing? Good.
Good. You gonna have a cup of coffee?
Oh, yes, please.
All right,
aye,
please
yeah.
come in.
From the Heritage Centre and Miniature Railway to the Mark I rail carriages which have been repurposed into a modern-day diner, the 2-year and £2.2 million restoration has been a labour of love. Even the bespoke pizza oven is made out of bricks from the old station house. The devil really is in the detail.
When was it you opened, Karen?
November 2nd, 2018, which was the 50-year anniversary of the closure of the Speyside line.
Oh, wow, so 50 years to the day.
To the day.
Amazing. And so this carriage is actually on a bit of track, which would have been on the Speyside line.
Correct.
So we're right here. Oh, that's brilliant. They've restored this carriage absolutely beautifully. They've got these lovely old luggage racks, and they've got beautiful pictures of the station as it was, and the old station master and the trains that came through here. They've got them on the backs of all the chairs. So what better place to stop for a coffee?
Hi, Hamish.
Hey, there we go. Cheers.
There you go.
So you've transformed this railway station into this beautiful heritage centre, and people love it. They love the tradition. So what is it that attracts them about it?
I think it's the magic of the railway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who doesn't love a railway, right?
I know, that's it.
Yeah. And when you go on the steam train, it brings you back to a different era. I decided early on that it would be good to use a local labour force. And so everyone that worked on this site was from just up the road.
It's just amazing now to see this place as it is, and you can see the original clock from the station, the original lamp, and everything's restored beautifully, and it's great. It's kind of right here for people to be able to see it.
With a fresh head of steam,
Bye.
there's one final stop for Hamish. And he saved the best until last. In 1978, a group of like-minded volunteers reinstated the line between Aviemore, Boat of Garton and Broomhill, and since then have brought this 10-mile section of track back to life. The Strathspey Railway runs 3 services a day through the heart of the Cairngorms National Park, evoking a bygone era of the golden days of rail travel.
It's beautiful, actually. It's a lovely thing to see these old engines. We're just going to jump on an old steam train just now, so quite excited. Oh, these lovely old steam carriages, just as they were back in the day. Classic.
Hamish is taking a trip down memory lane, joined by his old head teacher and fellow enthusiast, Bill Sadler.
Hi, Bill. How you doing? Nice to see you. How's it going? Brilliant. First class. First class. How did you manage this? This is the way to travel. I love being on these old steam engines. Just like stepping back in time, really. What is it that's so magic about the Strathspey Steam Railway? What attracts people to railways like this in general?
It's just the magic of trains, the excitement of going places, the whole thing of steam and the mechanics of it and the engineering of it.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's so different from any other form of travel. To sit like this, to have good company and to talk and to move. a dignified sort of speed through the countryside.
But in days of old, things weren't always quite so dignified. Especially when drivers from the Speyside line would try to outrun drivers on the adjacent Highland line.
This part of the line we're just coming to between Boat and Broom Hill, the two railway companies both ran on that line. There were twin tracks.
Yeah.
And on one side was the Highland line, on the other side was the Strathspey line. And as the trains were coming in, they would race one another. And so you got these two trains racing to get to the station.
The two trains head to head on two different lines, and then you'd actually have kids shaking hands with other kids across the carriages.
The reopened line runs from Aviemore to Broom Hill, where the locomotive then pulls the train backwards on the return journey. Thanks to the tireless dedication of these volunteers, this part of the Strathspey line is alive and well. And celebrated by 80,000 visitors every year.
The train's going to bed, they're cleaning out the smoke box, so we're going to have a wee chat to some of the drivers and the firemen, and just have a wee look, close look at the footplate. For folk that are into trains, this is kind of like the dream.
The driver with Hamish's dream job is Steve Robinson.
That's the steam brake off. This one's the one that everybody wants to play with.
Oh, this is it. This is a train going to bed for the night, so. Into the shed. Well, just the last bit of steam of the day, eh?
So, there you are.
Steam brake back on.
Steam brake back on.
So
he's just shutting off the injector now, what they call a clack valve. This is all red hot. It's all red hot. So, I was the last steam train fireman at Doncaster.
Oh, wow.
The railway town, of course.
Yeah.
I had that privilege, and I met some guys there that I've never met the like since. Absolutely brilliant they were.
Oh, great.
I remember them right up until this day. Most of them are not there, but they were real heroes. It was a privilege actually to work with some of these guys, you know.
As a folk musician, I'm really passionate about people preserving old ways of doing things, whether it's Gaelic song or Highland games or kilt making or running old engines like this. I just think it's a lovely thing that you're doing.
It's a fitting end to a journey that's taken Hamish from the ghost stations of the old Speyside line to the reinstated Strathspey Railway, where the steam tradition is undergoing a much-loved renaissance.
It's been wonderful writing music about the railways, and it's great to come to places like this and see the engines close up for real, to actually take a run on the line, to canoe alongside the railway, to walk under the tunnel, and it's been a great adventure to actually go and explore and see all these places that I've written my music about. It's just been a great adventure, and I'm going to go home with my 2 bits of coal that I got from the firemen, and I'm going to sit up and have a Speyside dram. That's just no better way for a perfect day in Strathspey.
Next time, a steam ride through Royal Deeside on a journey fit for a queen.
I feel as if I should have a washer frock on.
We head down the water to visit Scotland's most beautiful station.
I'm absolutely blown away. What an incredible station.
And Edinburgh Waverley is awash with glitter as people take to the streets to show their pride.
I was looking for the WI meeting, is that here?
Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains,
If you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
for the engineers safeguarding the track,
You're under no illusion. You're at the top of this thing. It's scary.
and for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, you know, press a button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time, a journey fit for a queen, as we meet the volunteers bringing the age of steam back to Royal Deeside.
It's pretty mundane in its day, but it's pretty special now.
We go down the water to visit Scotland's most beautiful station.
I'm absolutely blown away. What an incredible station.
And Edinburgh Waverley is awash with glitter,
Oh, yeah.
as people take to the streets of Edinburgh to show their pride.
Looking for the WI meeting, is that who?
In the heart of the Highlands lies the valley of the River Dee. Rising high in the Cairngorm Mountains, the Dee flows through an unspoilt landscape that has captivated visitors for centuries. Among them, Queen Victoria, who fell in love with Deeside and established Balmoral Castle as her Scottish residence. Queen Victoria's seal of approval transformed the popularity of the region now known as Royal Deeside. In the early 1850s, when Queen Victoria was remodelling Balmoral Castle, a railway line was being laid from Aberdeen on Scotland's east coast to Ballater. The Deeside Railway opened in 1853 and ran 5 services a day to the villages and communities along the 44 miles of track, heading west following the River Dee from Aberdeen. The line was regularly used by the royal family, who would travel to Ballater, which was the end of the line and the nearest station to Balmoral.
Just going to open the throttle.
The Deeside Railway was closed in 1966. But for the past 15 years, the Royal Deeside Railway Preservation Society has been running weekend passenger services along a mile of restored track, from a new station they constructed at Milton of Crathes. Visitors to the Royal Deeside Railway can relax and enjoy a cream tea in the comfort of the refurbished 1960s carriages, or they can take a turn on the footplate and have a go at driving the locomotive. Today's would-be steam train drivers include Emma, accompanied by husband Gordon.
I never thought I would ever get the opportunity to be driving a steam train. It's a unique experience.
So what we're going to do is just go through the controls.
David, who's brought the whole family along.
It's a surprise for my 70th.
And Paul, who's joined by his sister and mother and his fiancée Laura, who bought today's steam experience as a present for Paul.
I didn't realise I wanted to drive a train until I got the present, and then all of a sudden, you know, yeah, let's go, let's drive a train.
Today's engine is one of 3 locomotives that the volunteers look after. Volunteer Bob is the guard for today.
Are you happy? Are you happy with
everybody's safe?
Everybody's safe.
Everybody feels safe? Yeah?
While the have-a-go drivers get busy on the footplate,
Because we don't have a speedometer, you've got to try and listen to how quickly the steam locomotive is moving.
their family members can enjoy the ride in the brake van.
Yeah, pretty good. Quite smooth, surprisingly. I'm slightly concerned about going backwards.
But if you look over that way, you'll be able to see Crathes Castle through the trees.
On the outbound journey, the locomotive pushes the brake van backwards along the track, which limits the speed it can travel.
It's so beautiful. I feel as if I'm underdressed. Maybe I should have a washer frock on.
You know, there's only about 100 engines in steam in the whole of the UK now. So these are pretty precious. And to have something like this little one, this little Bonaccord, it's pretty mundane in its day, but it's pretty special now.
Having made slow progress down the track, it's a quicker run back up the track to the station.
I think she's driving this better than she drives her Mini back home.
So we're just about to come into the station, so if you give a toot on the whistle just to let anybody know that we're coming. There we go. That's how you drive a steam train.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Back at the station, there are certificates to mark today's steam adventure.
I love it. I could have done that all day.
Yeah. Yes, that'll take pride of place on my wall as well.
That was great. That was a lot of fun.
We'd like you to come back as a volunteer anytime.
Oh, right, okay, there we go, yeah. It's not often you get a job offer at the end, is it?
30 miles west of Glasgow, along the Firth of Clyde, Wemyss Bay is a small coastal village with a railway station that has a big reputation. Renowned for its breathtaking Edwardian architecture, which features a pier linking to a ferry terminal, Wemyss Bay has served passengers travelling by train and then on by boat to Rothesay and the magnificent scenery of the Isle of Bute. For 116 years, the station has been the pride of the local community.
That's that wonderful transition between the train and the boat. You can smell even today, that smell of the wood is something that I can remember even when my first visit here. And of course, in its heyday, you see photographs of it being absolutely packed with people. Trippers going down the water. That great Glaswegian institution that happened in the summer, going down the water from Glasgow to Rothesay.
Today, the station celebrates the many children, like Dugald, who grew up visiting Wemyss Bay.
This is Bobby. Now look at him. He has all the features you would expect of a wee boy going for his holidays. Has his model yacht, there's his fishing line, and his Clark's sandals, which were redolent of the time. It commemorates the thousands of youngsters and adults who have come down the water.
Making the train journey down the water was a welcome means of escape for Glaswegians at a time when the city was still a centre of heavy industry, and many lived in crowded tenement blocks. Designed by James Miller in 1903, Wemyss Bay Station is the perfect marriage of function and design.
All these beautiful curves you can see, they all have a reason. It's not just there for decorative effect. The whole station is designed to get the people from the train into the ferry as quickly as possible. So the platform is designed on a curve, and that obviously means that you can fit in a slightly longer train. You have the ticket office here, which is built also semicircular, and that means that there aren't any sharp corners getting in the way of the people coming off the train. You needed such a large station because at certain times of the year you would have huge numbers of people all wanting to get to their holiday destination as quickly as possible.
With the advent of package holidays, Wemyss Bay fell on hard times as the crowds dried up and the station fell into disrepair. But the local community rallied round and launched the Friends of Wemyss Bay Station, who have helped preserve its listed status and fought to resurrect the fortunes of this architectural gem. Floral displays and a small garden, along with a second-hand bookshop run by volunteers, have transformed the look and feel of the station.
It was very neglected. There were no flowers at all, no floral displays, and yet it had been famous for that. And since we've taken over, it's become a hive of activity. Most of our volunteers are retirees. You know, it's the silver-haired brigade.
Kathy Galbraith is the volunteer head gardener, and today she's expecting a delivery in readiness for this year's summer planting.
Okay, 36 bags of compost. Right, I'm on 20 boxes of the Busy Lizzies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You'll notice the boss does all the counting, you know.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Just put that one in here, and that's just one more barrel load after that. See why I'm here?
3 pallets of lobelia and 36 geraniums. Yes, 20 boxes of Busy Lizzie. Yep, the order's complete. Doesn't look much when you see it, but wait till you see it when it's in the station in full bloom. Oh my goodness.
Like Cathy and Dugald, many of the Friends of Wemyss Bay live locally or have a personal connection with the railway.
When I moved down here 15 years ago and discovered Wemyss Bay Station, I was just totally amazed by it. I have a connection with the fact that my granddad actually drove his engine into the station from Glasgow. This is a picture of my grandfather on the front of that end. You can tell me about the engine.
That's a Caledon in 909.
If anybody else took his engine out, he was not a happy man because he kept it in pristine condition.
But it's a very splendid engine.
In its heyday, Wemyss Bay Station was festooned with flowers planted in hanging baskets and standing displays. It's a tradition Cathy is continuing today.
Now, they look small at the moment, but they will go, like, spread out to about that size, and they dry out quite quickly under the glass in the summer.
Cathy's hoping the station will be in full bloom for a gala open day in just 6 weeks.
It is going to be good this year. I can feel it in my blood.
For 166 years, the old Deeside Railway ran alongside the River Dee, carrying passengers including Queen Victoria and the royal family from Aberdeen to Ballater on the doorstep of the Balmoral estate. Queen Victoria's legacy still endures in a region now known as Royal Deeside. But the tracks are long gone. The old Deeside line used to stop at Aboyne Station.
Clear prop!
And today, at the Deeside Gliding Club,
No wind at all.
pilots David and Ian are taken to the air to track the route and the landmarks the railway left behind.
The runway we took off on was actually made from the stones from the railway line, which we laid and put tarmac on top. Walkway next to the road is the forward track of the railway line.
So from 1,500 feet you can really get a good view of the railway line.
Exactly. You can see there is a bit of a groove in the trees where there's a walkway, but it's mostly overgrown now. We're now over Cambusomay, and as we come round you'll see the suspension bridge.
The Cambusomay Suspension Bridge is a striking landmark with its iron lattice design. Built in 1905 to replace a ferry across the River Dee, it stands just downstream from the quaint Cutaway Cottage, which has earned its place in local railway folklore.
Cutaway Cottage was formerly a drover's inn, and eventually, with the advent of the railway line, it became the linesman's cottage. Just along here, near the Cambusomay Suspension Bridge, we have the Cambusomay railway platform, which would have been looked after by the linesman.
Cutaway Cottage has been home to Jeff Schoonman for the past 25 years. But when the original Deeside Railway track was laid here in the 1860s, drastic action was taken.
This section of the building was removed to allow for the wide carriages of that era. You can see the distinct cutaway portion of the building. You can imagine how close to the building the carriages and the train, which ran 6 services a day during its peak. It would certainly have rattled the china.
High above Deeside, David and Ian are tracking the route of the old railway line.
Where would the railway take you to in this direction?
Like all the way to Ballater. They laid a railway track to eventually to Balmoral, but they didn't put railway lines down beyond Ballater, so that was a terminus. The line goes into the middle of town, and that's the old railway station.
It's such a lovely way to see Royal Deeside.
It is magnificent.
Ballater marked the end of the Deeside line and can lay claim to being its most glamorous destination.
A warm Scottish welcome cheered the royal arrival at Ballater Station. A great moment as the Queen arrived for her first Balmoral holiday since her accession. With her were her two children, their father the Duke and Princess Margaret.
The last royal train stopped at Ballater way back in 1966. But today, the station still celebrates its regal heritage, thanks to a major restoration following a tragic fire which burned down the old Ballater station in 2015.
After the fire, what we wanted to do here was recreate a sort of moment of kind of railway grandeur, station grandeur, where people would come and enjoy and feel as though, you know, they were kind of back in that time.
Robert Lovey is part of the Prince's Foundation and played a key role in the station refurbishment.
The story here went right back in Royal Deeside to 1848. The royal family had been here for the summer and they were due to go back to Aberdeen from Balmoral. It was a terrible storm and they took the train from Montrose back to London at that time instead of the royal yacht. So that was the start of the royal family beginning to use a railway line coming up to the northeast of Scotland from London. Not only was it bringing the royal family, but it was bringing so many other people that were kind of copying that thing. They were coming up and thinking, we want to go to the Highlands and steam through the most glorious countryside and come to Royal Deeside, where the royal family were coming for their holidays.
To help recreate the period details, Prince Charles was able to share his personal recollections of the station furnishings.
Of course, he had very special memories of arriving here. So in terms of the design inside what we recreated, we put in this bunkette seating, which kind of replicates what trains would have been like, you know, lovely leather and nice woodwork and things like the brass luggage rails here. And some of these ideas were directly from His Royal Highness, which was lovely.
The fire destroyed the original station, but a chintz tea room has been decorated in keeping with the Victorian atmosphere. And the royal waiting room, where Queen Victoria and her family waited before completing their journey to Balmoral, has been skillfully recreated by expert craftsmen, along with the Queen's bathroom, which features her other royal throne.
The creation of what we know as Royal Deeside today was very much because the royal family moved up and created a home here. And of course, what was better than getting on the train and coming up, chugging through the gorgeous countryside, up the River Dee and right into the mountains to enjoy everything that is so special. And the railway created that moment.
Scotland's heritage railways attract almost 250,000 visitors every year. They come to marvel at the engineering of yesteryear and to experience rail travel from the era of steam. But above all else, they come to celebrate the nostalgia of a bygone age. For many people, railway travel rekindles special memories of places visited and journeys taken. And the opportunity to own a part of that memory has seen railway memorabilia, or Railwayana as it's better known, become a lucrative part of the antiques and collectibles market. Collecting the artefacts of Britain's railways has become big business.
2000, 21, 22, 23.
Neil Booth is a Railwayana collector and auctioneer who has a passion for the railways and a keen eye for railway collectibles.
Bid is out at the back. We can sell it to the gentleman in the front row for 2,500. No further interest.
Neil's Railwayana business takes him all over the UK, and today he's come to Wemyss Bay to meet a client.
I'm absolutely blown away. What an incredible station this is.
It's his first visit to Wemyss Bay, and it's certainly making an impact.
Stunning. I'm bowled over with it, I really am. I don't like to be the window cleaner.
In 2016, renovation work at the station uncovered a number of long-forgotten railway posters dating from the late 1970s and 80s.
Wow, look at these posters. God, that takes you back 76 pence.
The old adverts for various cheap ticket deals offer a visual reminder of the costs of travelling on the nationalised British rail network.
Of course, we've got this fabulous map here, an original map showing the direction of travel, which you would have come up the Clyde from Glasgow, heading out round through the Firth of Clyde and out there into the Irish Sea. Superb. I mean, we're talking 1950s in my estimation. Value-wise, if it came into auction, I'd certainly think it's worthy of £500 at least.
One of the adverts, for Sea Link ferries, offers a clue about the person who Neil has come to meet today. For 30 years, Robin White sailed on board the ferries that ran from Stranraer on Scotland's southwest coast across to Belfast and Larne in Northern Ireland.
Here he is.
Hello,
Robin.
Hello.
Nice to meet you at last.
Yes,
and you brought me this lovely nameplate.
This lovely big sign.
Fabulous.
Yes,
well, let me help you off with that. It's quite heavy. What a fabulous plate.
There you are.
And of course, you had a connection with the Galloway Princess, I believe.
Yes, I was very lucky that I sailed as second officer and then master and then senior master on the Galloway Princess ship, which was the first double-deck drive-through ferry, British-owned, that there was in the UK.
And was that in Sea Link days?
And that was in the British Rail Sea Link days. And Stranraer then was one of their plum routes, believe it or not, even more so than Dover-Calais.
To publicise the new ship, British Rail also named a diesel locomotive Galloway Princess to carry passengers connecting with the ferry. When it was retired in 2016, Robin acquired the disused nameplate. And today he's brought it along to show Neil in the hope that he can auction it for charity.
So do you mind if I have a closer look at this?
No, help yourself. It's in good condition.
It is. There was alloy. They're alloy in construction, of course. Right. And as you can see, once I've turned it over, there's all the signs that it's been carried on the locomotive, all the decay, the weather's been getting at it. But, you know, it's a good straight plate. It's in nice condition. Value-wise, I'd be putting about £2,500 reserve on that plate.
£2,500 reserve?
Yes,
right.
and expect that to go for more.
Right, OK.
So, Robin, I thought you'd like to see this poster which I've been able to acquire.
Oh, yes, crumbs, that really takes me back. That is real history, that is. And it's also showing the vehicles going on to the stern of the ship, which I believe was one of the first drive-through ferry berths in the country.
It's not very often that you see such a poster in such beautiful condition. The vibrance of the colour, you know, the colour of the sea, all the busyness, what's going on the quayside. But the colours is phenomenal, and it's a beautiful poster. I'm going to be putting a value on that of £500, and I'm expecting it to go for an awful lot more.
That takes me back. Very nice to see. It's not always been such a nice sunny day as that at Stranraer Harbour, though.
In the heart of Edinburgh lies Waverley Station. Today's a big day in Waverley's calendar, as Scotland's national LGBTI festival, better known as Edinburgh Pride, comes to town.
Robbie flag! Robbie flag!
One of Waverley's rail operators, LNER, are out in force to mark today's event.
Oh, the famous Craig.
Craig McNally is leading a team of LNER employees manning a glitter bar to help add some sparkle to any passengers joining today's Pride March.
The community engagement role I've been in for about 2 years now, and I really enjoy it because it gets us out and about, get to meet lots of colleagues, lots of customers, and get involved in events like this. Just setting up the glitter bar, so any customers or colleagues can come along and get glittered.
Craig's leading by example and is keen to get into the glitter spirit.
So I'm thinking I might just get a bit of a rainbow swoosh just on the one side, just, you know, quite stylish.
Edinburgh Waverley is a key destination for LNER, who operate 20 services into Scotland's capital every day from London's King's Cross. The coastal line through the northeast of England and across the border into Scotland travels through some of the UK's most scenic landscapes, and today it's carrying one of the headline acts for the Pride celebrations.
I work all over the place, and it's always lovely to be able to come home to Scotland and just, you know, there's a real feeling in your heart that you're home.
Originally from Glasgow, it's the first time JP, who performs as drag artist Mary Mack, has appeared at Edinburgh Pride.
It's lovely to be able to come home. I can speak at whatever speed I want and everyone will understand me. I think when we pull into Edinburgh, you'll certainly feel Pride straight away.
As the crowds start to build ahead of today's march, 70 trains an hour come in and out of Waverley. ScotRail's duty station manager on shift this morning is Martin Smith. But with the pressure building, Martin has been called onto the front line to help dispatch trains. Martin has worked at Waverley for the past 10 years and has a very special family heirloom for today's job.
My whistle, a bit battered now, but it's because it must be at least over 100 years old. It was my great-granddad's, so it's been doing the rounds in the railway for a good spell now. So my great-granddad was a signalman about 5 miles down the track. I'm the next one, so it got passed on to me anyway, so it's in use again, still works, and is the loudest whistle in here.
Back on the concourse, the LNER Glitter Bar has drawn quite a crowd, including a familiar face around Waverley Station.
I love those glitter beards, they're amazing.
Juliette Donaghy has worked at Waverley for over 3 decades.
I've been lucky enough to be station manager here at Edinburgh Waverley for almost 18 years. I absolutely love it. The variety is just absolutely amazing.
I'm getting my beard done.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What beard?
Working in Waverley Station doesn't come without its challenges. We're trying to make a Victorian station fit for today's customers and passenger needs. That can be a bit of a challenge for all the station teams.
Oh yeah.
Pride is always a huge day for us. It brings all our railway communities together to celebrate living in such a fabulous city, to celebrate living in such a fabulous age, and to show that sense of pride. This is Harry, who's some might say a little bit overdressed. Pugs can never be overdressed. Picture time!
At Wemyss Station, it's the gala open day to mark the 10th anniversary of the Friends of Wemyss Bay. Enthusiasts and supporters have come to celebrate the volunteers' hard work, which has helped restore this remarkable station on the Firth of Clyde. Following a restoration project completed in 2016, Wemyss Bay is now Scotland's only remaining station pier.
We're standing here near the top of the ramp that's coming up from the ferry, and this is a really good place to appreciate the architecture of the building. You've got the ticket office in front with the girders of the roof coming out from the kind of little pilasters between the ticket office windows, like an umbrella, but a big glass umbrella that's letting in lots of light.
Wemyss Bay Station and its distinctive 60-foot clock tower was built in 1903 by the Caledonian Railway and was a collaboration between 2 of the preeminent figures of the Scottish railway scene. Architect James Miller was responsible for some of Scotland's finest station designs and enjoyed a successful working relationship with engineer Donald Matheson. The Caledonian Railway had to move a trainload of people in just 5 minutes to beat the rival ferry companies, so Miller and Matheson worked out that crowds moved faster in a curve than a straight line. They also realised that luggage would slow passengers down, so it was loaded down a ramp behind the station straight to the boat. It was an exercise in people movement and efficiency.
This walkway that takes us down to the ferry is really one of the key features and one of the most beautiful features. From quite an early stage, the planting was quite a feature of Wemyss Bay Station, and it was very well known for its great floral displays. Both hanging baskets and planters like this. The station master here in the early 20th century had quite a reputation as a horticulturalist, and he grew quite a lot of the plants for the station in his own garden.
It's head gardener Cathy who is continuing the station's horticultural tradition and making sure the floral displays look their best for today's open day.
We're not allowed to use a hose in the station, so we have to take our water bowser. When they see you coming, you know, they think cleaning of the streets. Hello there. Now we have all our busy Lizzies, and they've been in, I would say, for a good 6 weeks now. They'll get even bigger, they'll come right up, and this will come right down and tend to kind of cover up all this brown tub.
Cathy grew up in the area and can remember the golden age of Wemyss Bay when steamers sailed the Firth of Clyde.
Well, you don't get a lot of people in here, so this is my own private wee spot. Just come down here. Because I've lived here most of my life, and it's just nice to look out. When I was young, I used to go with my mum and dad. We liked to go way down the water, right down the Firth of Clyde, which is the Mull of Kintyre, way down the bottom. So it was lovely. You'd be out there and you'd be passing steamers all the time. It was just a way of life, I suppose.
Today's event is a celebration and a chance to acknowledge how much the Friends of Wemyss Bay have done to preserve the heritage of this unique station.
It was really falling to bits a few years ago, and there was always a risk of it being demolished and stuff like that, but they spent a huge amount of money to fix it up, and they're celebrating it again today. So yes, it's a fantastic place.
It's a proud day for Sheena and the volunteers, whose hard work is breathing new life into Wemyss Bay.
It's just lovely watching the station come back to life, and people love it. And the station, instead of just being a big empty shell, too big for purpose, has become a kind of social hub.
Railwayanna dealer Neil Booth is in Scotland to meet enthusiasts interested in putting their much-loved railway collectibles up for auction. Today, he's come to the Bo'ness and Kinneil Railway, a hub of Scotland's railway heritage, to meet Mike Cowie. Mike is a volunteer here at Bo'ness, but today he's showing off his collection of railway totems. The classic enamelled railway sign, introduced by the newly nationalised British Railways in 1948, is what most people associate with Railwayanna collecting. Divided into 6 distinctive regional colours, each region had its own colour scheme, from the rich brown and cream of the Western region to the pastoral light blue of the Scottish.
There we are. The last one going on.
Hi,
nice
Neil.
to meet you. Very nice to meet
Yeah,
you,
nice
Mike.
to
What
meet
a
you too,
fabulous
Neil.
selection you've brought for me.
Yes, well, I hope you'd be impressed.
Could you tell me a little bit about them?
Well, as you know, I was born and brought up in Dundee, which really got me incentivised to collect the local line. And I've collected these over a number of years. And this is a set of 5, as you see, and it covers the entire branch line from Dundee Tay Bridge through Wormit at the south end of the Tay Bridge, through Newport and Tay West, Newport and Tay East, to the terminus at Tayport.
Fabulous, what a lovely selection. And condition-wise, just let's look at this Tayport at the moment, and you can see how natural it is. It's got a very nice plume and shine.
Vitreous enamel signage is well over a century old and is achieved by fusing glass particles to sheet metal or cast iron by firing it at a temperature in excess of 800 degrees. This results in a surface that is incredibly hard wearing and ideal for exposed station platforms.
And that is a beautiful totem.
Following railway closures in the 1960s, most of these signs were unceremoniously scrapped.
Anybody want that for 500? 5.
Nowadays, when they do surface at auctions, prices range from around £250 to many thousands for very rare or sought-after destinations.
It's in the market at 7 for you. Beautiful condition, OK? 756 for £700.
Neil is lucky enough to have acquired quite a collection of totems over the years.
One of the major
Wow,
stations, Paddington.
In the Western region,
Chocolate and cream.
Yeah. I mean, that must have spent its life undercover, Neil. That is in
Paddington
remarkable
was such a-
condition.
So the next one, of course, is Stockton.
Oh, a nice one, Neil.
That's
nice
an
one.
absolute beauty.
Northeastern orange. Yes.
That is in beautiful condition.
Yeah, gloss.
And you can't have a Stockton
Oh, don't tell me.
without a...
Darlington. You haven't, have
You're
you?
a mind reader. You're a mind reader, Mr. Michael. There you go. Darlington, Stockton
Yes.
and Darlington.
You don't get much more historic than that, do you?
Absolutely. Stockton and Darlington was where the railway started.
That's right. First ever railway in the UK.
Incredible. and Scottish region totem,
yes.
Ibrox.
Ibrox, yes.
And what's very interesting about Ibrox, apart from being the home of Rangers, on this particular totem, they've chalked the score at the end of the day.
Just remarkable.
It looks as though Celtic got stuffed on that occasion.
Yes.
3-0.
And a comment. Easy, yes.
I didn't put that on.
Neil's collection makes for a very colourful, not to mention very valuable, display.
Well, of course, it doesn't come overnight. It's taken me a lifetime, and I've been a collector for over 50 years. And I've saved up and I've aspired to buy really good quality totems over the years. And my own personal collection, I try and get the best as I can. And the last one is the Morecambe, Euston Road. There she is. A lovely display.
Looks good, Neil. That's a lovely collection and, you know, in great condition.
Mike will be hoping that his totem collection goes for a pretty penny when Neil puts them up for auction. The LNER King's Cross to Edinburgh service is making its way up the East Coast line and is due into Waverley at lunchtime. It's bringing drag artist Mary Mack back home to Scotland to perform at today's Edinburgh Pride.
It's really lovely to pull into Scotland this way because you get to see it all, you know, transform in front of your eyes, and it gets a bit more green, a little bit prettier. The views are stunning. You know, you've got the coast on the side and all the mountains and little houses, and this is gorgeous, and it really does. It feels like Scotland. It's really beautiful and it's very calm until you get to Edinburgh, and then it's absolute madness.
And the madness has well and truly begun on the streets of Edinburgh.
Looking for the WI meeting, is that it?
With passengers still arriving to join the march, there's no let up for the Waverley team and duty manager Martin. He's anxious the timetable doesn't slip, ensuring passengers get both in and out of the station.
Hey, where are you going to? Newcastle. Newcastle, not this train, Adam.
The 8 o'clock train from London's King's Cross, carrying drag artist Mary Mack, is arriving into platform 5 after its 4.5-hour journey. Outside on the streets of Edinburgh, the 1.5-mile-long Pride Parade has kicked off.
Kindly move right down.
The LNER team is in the thick of it. They've joined the party outside at the Edinburgh Pride Parade.
That's such a good turnout, really good reception. We're absolutely rocking it, banging the tunes out, so I think it's going really, really well. So great to work with Network Rail. Yeah, proper great atmosphere.
Up ahead, Mary Mack is due on stage for her performance.
I am slapping the face on as fast as possible because I forgot how far a walk it is from Waverley Station to here. And I'm listening to the amazing crowds out there, thousands of people, and the show's just started.
Right, mate, that's is ready for you.
Edinburgh Pride culminates with a celebration on the main stage, and Mary Mack's on next.
I'm so excited. The crowd is huge. The atmosphere is amazing. I can't wait to get on stage.
Edinburgh Pride, how are you?
With the party in full swing, back at Waverley, the timetable continues. And when the party is over, there will be thousands heading to the station to make their way home. It's the day of the Railwiana auction in Stafford, where enthusiasts and collectors are gathering for the sale of over 500 lots of railway memorabilia. Going under the hammer today will be Robin's nameplate from the Galloway Princess locomotive and Mike's collection of totems from stations along the Old Dundee line. Interest in Railwiana is on the up, and bidding is brisk at today's auction.
28, 29, 3,000. Thank you very much. 364.
Next up is Robin's Galloway Princess nameplate, which he's selling to raise money for a Scottish lifeboat charity.
Number 60. This is interesting because we've got a lot of postal interest on this one. It's Galloway Princess. I was up in Scotland a few weeks ago, met the gentleman who was the captain of one of the Sea Link ferries. We've got postal interest. They're all from Scotland. We'll split the postal bidders and we can sell that. Lovely plate, Galloway Princess. That'll go to postal bidder 198 for 3,500, which is a very good price, and that's going back to Dumfries.
Next under the hammer, it's Mike's collection of totems, the old-style station signs he's lovingly collected over the years.
First one we've got going under the hammer is this lovely Dundee Tay Bridge. It's 2,400. The next one is Newport on Tay East. Gentleman at the back's bid. It's 15, 16, 17, 18. Can sell it for 2-3 in the room. And the last one out of the same batch. Again, beautiful condition. The postal bid is out at 1,000. We can sell it for 1,050. It can be sold.
Sold as separate lots, the totems fetch £9,100.
So we've done very well for the gentleman there. Our friend Mike from Perth. Sold.
For 166 years, a railway line cut through the spectacular Dee Valley carrying passengers, including the royal family, alongside the River Dee. But thanks to the efforts of local enthusiasts, steam on Deeside lives on. And today, preparations are underway at the Royal Deeside Railway, which runs a weekend service along a 1-mile stretch of line which has been restored at Milton of Crathes. Train driver Chris is a former GP who's been volunteering for the last 15 years.
You've got to treat a steam engine like a little toddler, like a little child. You mustn't take your eyes off it at any time because you don't know what it's going to do next. If a steam engine runs out of the coal, it just stops. If it runs out of water, it explodes. In and out. You have to be with it. It's not like a diesel engine that you just put in the key and walk away. You know, it's more like a living thing.
While the crew prepare a traditional steam train breakfast on the food plate, there are more refined preparations underway in one of the restored 1960s carriages.
First 3 parties can go on. Table 1, 9 and 12, that's fine. And we've got 2 people walking on. You can go to lots of hotels or cafes and have an afternoon tea, but it's just a bit different doing it on a train.
With scones and cakes prepped and everyone on board, it's time to go. Passengers on board today's steam service will enjoy a cream tea served by the Deeside Railway volunteers.
They're always desperately short of volunteers, so I just try and come and help out with their cream tea events.
But serving cream teas on a heritage steam train presents certain challenges.
You just have to have good balance. And suitable footwear, good balance, and just be aware of when it's going to move and when it's going to stop.
The restored track runs for just over a mile, and the return of steam to Deeside has proved so popular that there are plans to extend the line even further.
We'd been on holiday in Shetland, and we're just on the way back to find the railway was running today with steam, which was fantastic. So we're just thrilled to bits.
I used to work on the railways, and then Margaret's father was a senior railway officer. It's just in the blood, I think.
It's really nice, and you sort of see it afresh through their eyes, how they, you know, wow, steam train, wow.
And the steam revival on Royal Deeside will continue to wow visitors, lucky enough to travel through a landscape fit for a queen. Beneath vast mountains, across open moorland, and alongside shimmering lochs, Scotland's railways travel a landscape like no other. From coastal towns to historic cities, trains bring passengers to some of Britain's most iconic landmarks. For the crews on board the trains,
If you do get a couple of minutes, it's good just to have a wee look out.
for the engineers safeguarding the track.
If you're under no illusion, you get at the top of this thing, it's scary.
And for the volunteers keeping Scotland's steam heritage alive.
It's a unique thing. You know, it's not just, you know, press a button and it goes.
It's part of the joy of working on the world's most beautiful railway. This time,
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
a dream job on the West Highland Line, with great views from the office window.
The line is just stunning and it's just amazing. I love it.
The secrets of Waverley Station revealed. The hidden staircase that keeps the rich and famous from prying eyes.
This was a discreet way for them to either get in or out of the hotel.
And taking the train to the games, Blair Castle hosts the annual Atholl Highland Gathering.
I think the crowd like a laugh.
The Cairngorms National Park was created in 2003 and is home to Britain's highest mountain range. Cutting through the Cairngorms is the Highland Mainline Railway. Running 118 miles through glorious countryside, the Highland Main Line links the towns and villages dotted along the line from Inverness to Perth. 31 miles on the journey south from Inverness is Aviemore, a town whose prosperity is inextricably linked with the arrival of the railway. In the 1860s, the station started as a stop-off point for the well-to-do, who would spend summers on their Highland estates. But with the growing popularity of outdoor pursuits and winter sports, and the creation of the Cairngorms National Park, it has become a year-round destination for visitors. Its charms also attracted entrepreneurs Lorraine Elliott and her partner Stephen, who opened a guest house here in Aviemore.
We saw the guest house for sale, and that had always been a desire of mine, was to run a guest house and to live in Aviemore, because it's absolutely beautiful. We were lucky enough to buy it, and it's changed our lives.
Encouraged by the success of their first venture, attention turned to Aviemore Station, where a restaurant premises had come up for sale. The old station restaurant had attempted an Australian theme, but Lorraine knew she wanted something with more regional appeal.
A plan was already forming around what we would like to create, having experienced the people coming from all over the world to the guest house. They were looking for something Scottish, and we decided actually that it was about making more of the railway, the situation.
The quest to find a suitable theme began, and Lorraine found her inspiration when she chanced across a brochure promoting the local community rail partnership.
I was into the railway station at Aviemore and saw the Community Rail Partnership brochure. It shows a full history from Pitlochry to Inverness of all the different stations, and that just inspired us. Stephen came up with the name for Highland Line, and that just started the whole journey of let's actually focus on the fact that this is a historic listed building, part of a heritage railway across Scotland, and just something that we can create and make really beautiful.
An hour's train ride south from Aviemore, along the main Highland Line, is the town of Pitlochry, which is home to the authors of the brochure, Sally Spavin and Kate Howie.
It's really stunning. And you know, I think they've even put new glass in above the doors there, look, because that looks like new putty, doesn't it?
Kate and Sally run the local Community Rail Partnership, or CRP, a group devoted to preserving the heritage of the stations along the main Highland Line and promoting them as a destination for visitors.
The Community Rail Partnership is a group of rural communities in Highland Scotland who've come together to promote the railway and the communities and the visitor attractions.
We were one of the first community rail partnerships, and it's bringing the 8 stations along our line together.
What I'm proudest of is what a community can achieve when they all work together, and that's what we would like all the other stations to be like.
Lorraine's plans for the new restaurant at Aviemore Station is just the sort of project that Sally and Kate are looking for. So today, they've been invited to look at her plans.
Hi, I'm Sally, lovely to meet you.
I think I'm going to like you.
The team from CRP will really link into our whole thought process of linking it into the heritage of the railway.
Before Lorraine shares her plans, she wants to acknowledge how Kate and Sally helped inspire the restaurant theme.
I came into the station, I was going to Glasgow one day and found this brochure, and it just struck a chord. And all the work we've done since then has been created around it.
So useful.
And just to add a little bit of flavour, I've brought along the sort of samples of the different colours that we're going for. We have gone with the original colours for the railway and kept that railway theme going.
So that's going to be the name of the...
Yes, the Highland Line.
Highland Line. That's lovely. Really good. That's super.
For me, it brings in the railways, it brings in the heritage, and it also brings in the Scottishness of what we're trying to create in the restaurant as well.
There will be months of hard work ahead for Lorraine, but Kate and Sally are encouraged that with their support, the restaurant could provide a huge boost for the station and the community.
Well, it was everything I thought it would be, and I think we're going to have a really, really good working relationship with Lorraine and her new venture, so we're very excited about that.
The enthusiasm is just engaging, isn't it? It's going to be of great benefit to me because there's definitely a few questions that we have around being in a station building. I'm just delighted that I came across that brochure in the station, actually. It's just been a real win for both of us.
Scotland is blessed with a number of scenic railway lines running through stunning natural landscapes. But it's the glorious West Highland Line that is considered to be the world's most beautiful railway. As it heads north along the 205-mile route from Glasgow to the Highlands, it skirts freshwater lochs and crosses the expanse of Ranachmoor as it passes Britain's highest station at Carrower, before reaching Fort William and heading on through the rugged landscape of the 41-mile Highland extension to the charming fishing town of Malin. Mallig is home to ScotRail conductor Susie Sangen. Today, Susie is taking the early 6:03 service bound for Glasgow.
Good morning. Tickets, please. Hello. Are you coming back today? I have to ask you that, sir. I do like to have a good laugh, make sure everyone's having a good day, a good journey on the train. Good morning. Tickets, please. That looks lovely. That's lovely colours. I'll tell you what, you need it as well, the journey this long. I think what I like most of all about the railways is the passengers that are travelling. They are the important people. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's just amazing. I love it. The line is just stunning. So I feel really, really lucky.
This stretch of the West Highland Line runs east from Mallig, across the Glenfinnan Viaduct to Fort William. It then turns south across Ranachmoor and down through the Trossachs National Park, before reaching Glasgow 5.5 hours later. Although today, Susie will only go as far as Crianlarich before swapping trains to make the return journey home. But that's still at least 7 hours of customer service, Susie style.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Give us one moment. Good morning.
Just 25 miles down the line from Mallig is one of the most eagerly anticipated moments of the journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very important information here. You need to grab hold of those cameras right now. We are about to fly over the world-famous Glenfinnan Viaduct. Yes!
Rising above the River Finnan and overlooking the waters of Loch Shiel is the majestic Glenfinnan Viaduct. Built in 1897 and spanning 1,200 feet across the valley, it's an engineering marvel of its age. But not everyone is lucky enough to ride the train through this stunning Highland landscape. So Susie has recently taken to social media to share the views.
A friend of mine put me onto Instagram a few years ago, and it was just pictures of my dog and my dinner. And then, of course, when I got onto the train, it really opened my eyes, and I started posting up pictures of my work, obviously off the line.
Susie's Instagram posts capture the changing landscapes of the West Highland Line.
I want to show these views off, showcase the place a little bit.
The positive reaction to her Instagram posts, using the hashtag #GirlOnATrain, encouraged Susie to share scenes away from work too, combining her passion for posting with her love of a good Highland hike.
I think I'm so lucky I work on such a stunning line, and then after work I can come up here as well. I've got the best of both worlds. I've just seen me a rainbow. Beautiful. I will drive my friends and family crazy, the amount that I take, but I can't help it really. I want to show the place off. I love where I live, I love where I work. Hey, look at it, you know? Once I've been up here a little while, I've recharged, I'm good to go again.
The 50 square miles of wild and boggy moorland around Rannoch Station makes for a beautiful but isolated location.
As you can see, we're going along the beautiful Rannoch Moors. When we get to Rannoch, we cross here with a Caledonia sleeper. So we're just gonna pull into Rannoch shortly.
Served by just a single road, Rannoch would have remained virtually cut off from the outside world if it wasn't for the railway station which opened here in 1894. Rannoch's remote setting and unique charm attracted city-weary Londoners Bill and Jenny Anderson, who took over the station cafe in 2014.
We moved from the south of England and in the city to this extremely remote place. Initially, we bought the house, and then suddenly the tea room became available, and we decided to go for it. And that was 5 years ago. It's been fantastic ever since. I can't imagine ever retiring. Probably working more hours now than I've ever worked in my life, but they're much more enjoyable.
I didn't realise when I moved here quite sort of how iconic Rannoch Station is and how actually it's important to a lot of people. A lot of people come up here, they haven't been here since they were children. Right guys, what can we get you?
A stark contrast to the peace and quiet of the surrounding landscape is the hurly-burly of the cafe, which does a roaring trade serving railway workers and train passengers on a route popular with tourists and hikers.
It's almost as if the more remote the place, the more people you know. So we know probably hundreds of people sort of in the surrounding area here, far more than you'd ever know, sort of living in a busy, built-up area somewhere.
There is a sense that we're in some way connected to other places down and up the line. I can pop on the train and in 3 hours' time, I can be in John Lewis. So.
But there's plenty of travellers who are keen to make the journey in the opposite direction. 100 yards away from the cafe is a vintage railway coach dating from World War I that was last on the rails more than 70 years ago. Since then, it's been put to a very different use, as shelter and accommodation for members of the Cowlairs Angling Club. Formed in the 1950s as somewhere for Glaswegian railway workers to escape the city. Today, club member Peter Duncan has come to Rannoch with his family for a spot of fishing.
This particular coach was made in Wolverton in 1913, and it's been lovingly restored, and a lot of work done by the boys. A lot of the guys have all chipped in a lot of time and effort to do a bit of work on it.
After the Second World War, the newly nationalised industries, including the railways, were keen to improve the lives of industrial workers. So recreational pursuits such as hiking were encouraged and angling clubs were established.
I mean, a lot of these guys had fought in the war, and then after the nationalisation of the railways, I think in 1948, then they started having these clubs and outings and getting out and about in the fresh air in the Scottish Highlands.
The coach was donated by the railway, and employees who were angling enthusiasts were quick to make use of it. One of the founder members of the club was Jim Duncan, a railwayman who in the 1960s and 70s invited his 3 sons to join him on fishing trips.
My father was one of the first members from way back in the railway, It was him that introduced us all to this. Most people that are members of the club have all been introduced by my father. So you get the train up from Glasgow, Queen Street in the morning, up to Rannoch, 2 3/4, 3 hours in the train, and you get off and you this, a place like this is a big playground when you're a child. It was absolutely fantastic.
Sadly, Jim passed away in 2016. But his love of Rannoch has ensured that 2 more generations of the Duncan family are continuing the Curliers angling tradition.
We've been coming here for years and years as a family. We've always enjoyed it here. It's been a great tradition for railwaymen, and they brought their sons up, and then their grandsons have come up, which is the case here.
This huge area is set on a plateau 1,000 feet above sea level. Its vast quantities of water, here since the end of the Ice Age, have formed a myriad of lochs and smaller loch-ins, which all provide the ideal habitat for freshwater fish.
Well, I've got one, a wee one, just a wee small fish. There it's away. It's a very special place, very special area. It's very relaxing to come up here and come out, do a bit of fishing. Get lost, lose yourself up here, out in the moors.
Back on the West Highland line, Susie has changed trains and is now heading back towards Malig.
Hello, and where are you roving, Malik? To the end of the line. All right, thank you. Good morning to Malik, that's lovely, thank you.
Among her passengers, Susie meets someone who shares her love of the outdoors.
I've been doing a lot of walking.
Yeah, so I've been walking around Arica, I'm doing the 3 peaks today.
Oh, you're joking. So you're not the ones that are like Ben Nevis.
Scarfell Hike and Snowdon.
God.
24 hours.
A popular but daunting climbing challenge is the 3 Peaks, in which climbers must summit the UK's 3 highest mountains: Snowdon in Wales, Scafell Pike in England, and Ben Nevis in Scotland, all within 24 hours. It's a feat of endurance that also requires good transport links. The Bridge of Orchy is 6 stops down the line from Fort William.
Thank you. They're going to get their walk on. Oh, I'll just be one moment. I'll speak to my driver.
There's fields in the sections ahead, so all the trains are at a standstill over.
It's usually just a 3-minute stop, but today there seems to be a problem.
The sleeper we passed this morning has broken down. It's got a brake fault. ScotRail have said for us to stay here.
Yeah. They're going to love this.
A delay could spell bad news for passenger Phil and his 3 Peaks challenge.
My colleagues are all on the sleeper.
They'll be at Tulloch, won't they?
They sent me the link of where they are.
So they should have been in Fort William at about 9:45, so they're over an hour late.
Yeah, so they're there, they can't move.
No, and they won't be just yet until we get...
Because the line is single track, a problem for one train means problems for all the trains on the line.
So far, everybody seems okay about things. I think we're just lucky it's a nice day. Thank goodness that people can actually leave the train and not get soaked. I'll keep close to my phone now, listen to the radio. Hopefully they'll get it sorted and we can get back on the road, back on the line.
In the heart of Edinburgh, sitting in a steep valley between the city's medieval centre and the Georgian New Town, is Waverley Station. Built in the 1840s on the boggy site of the reclaimed Norloch, more than 22 million passengers a year now pass through Waverley, which is one of the UK's largest railway hubs. Its rich heritage also attracts a huge number of visitors. One of them is Davy O'Donnell. A railway employee for 18 years, Davy has a keen interest in Waverley's history.
To the left here, we've got the workshops, the joiner's shop, the painter's shop, the glazer's, and we've got the plumber's shop.
By the end of the 19th century, Waverley employed over 300 workers on site.
The tradesmen, or artisans, would work on the roof, on the glass, the glazing, they'd work on the plumbing. Now, you had all these hundreds of different people doing different things, and they were all based here.
Davy wants to build on his interest in Waverley's history by introducing tour groups to some of the station's secrets.
As someone that's actually grown up with the railway, to come into somewhere like Edinburgh Waverley and do a tour, that would be the ultimate. That would be the ultimate for me.
To help him unearth some station secrets and pick up some tips for his guided tour, Davy is meeting local author and railway historian Anne Glenn.
Hello, Davy. Good to see you.
Great to see you. Well, I was wondering if you could share some of the secrets and mysteries of the Waverley and part of my guided tour. That'd be great.
I think I could.
First stop on Anne's tour is the old booking hall, which was part of the original reconstruction of Waverley in 1902. For many years, tickets were sold from a timber-panelled booking office, which stood here until it was removed in 1970.
This would be a hub of the station in the North British Railway days, and you can see the dome up there with the decorative frieze round about it. The little figures are not cherubs, they are what is known as putti. Putti, again to keep up this indication that this was the Athens of the North.
Above the station is Waverley Bridge, built in 1896 and the third bridge to be erected on this site.
This is somewhere I would like to bring the group to come here and stand, capture the aspect and see the acreage that it covers. I think this would be a great spot.
The bridge also gives a superb view of the Balmoral Hotel, a familiar landmark on the Edinburgh skyline, and continues the railway tradition of station hotels. It was opened in 1902 as the North British Station Hotel.
Railway hotels were one of the lavish elements that every railway company tried to have, and the North British Railway, of course, was no exception.
Views from the hotel take in Edinburgh Castle, which towers over Waverley Gardens and the Scott Monument, which commemorates Sir Walter Scott, whose novel Waverley gave the station its name. The Balmoral Hotel has become an integral part of the station timetable too. Apart from New Year's Eve, the clock always runs 3 minutes fast.
Well, that is a deliberate move on the part of the hotel and of the railway company that owned it at one time to allow passengers a sufficiency of time to leave the hotel and get down to the station to catch their trains. And I think your tour people will be intrigued by that.
Yes. I could ask everyone, can you check your time, please? What time is it? And they'll find that the clock is running just that little bit faster.
Yes, a little bit faster.
In its 117 years, the Balmoral has hosted its fair share of the rich and famous. But today, Anne and Davy are exploring one of its secrets. A VIP staircase away from prying eyes that links the hotel directly with the station concourse.
This is the way the rich and famous were smuggled in and out of the place.
Oh, right.
And it's quite lavish in its appointments, isn't it? Lovely woodwork.
It's very period, Anne. It's very period,
much so.
Yes. I found out that when they filmed The Avengers Returns, that Scarlett Johansson was taken from the Balmoral and taken down this staircase.
And she would be one of many others who were stars of stage and screen who used this entry or exit from the hotel.
And very, very few people would actually know this actually exists. So this would add to the mystery and myth and going back to the days of North British Railway, definitely.
Absolutely.
With Anne's help, it won't be long before Davy's ready to lead his own tour of Secret Waverley.
I thought I knew some things about the Waverley, but my goodness, what Anne knows and the stories that she's told me, absolutely fantastic. If I could just put some of this into my tour, my idea for the tour, if I can impart some of that back, that'll be a really, really good tour.
At Blair Castle in Perthshire, it's the weekend of the Athol Gathering, which sees the Duke of Athol's private army, the Athol Highlanders, parade before their annual inspection. The gathering attracts visitors from far and wide, and at Perth Station, at the southern end of the Highland Main Line, passengers are making their way to the event. One of them is band member Ken Duncan. Ken works as a brewer, but he was proud to be invited to join the Atholl Highlanders 15 years ago.
One of the reasons I suspect I got asked to join is that I'm a brewer, and I've been supplying the beer to the Highlanders tent for the last 20 years. And so we get to drink my beer on the day, which is lots of fun for all the troops.
But Ken will need to keep a clear head to perform his ceremonial duties at this weekend's gathering.
I play in the pipe band, so I'm one of the drummers. I'm a tenor drummer, so I'm the one that has the fluffy sticks that we swing about the place. It's all about the music, so that the troops can march to the beat on parade, but it's also about looking good and feeling great and just enjoying the fact it's going to be glorious today.
Today's event at Blair Castle is the highlight of the year, and the journey along the Highland Main Line is all part of the experience.
The train journeys in Scotland are brilliant. Nice scenery, seen some deer, a pheasant, lots of green stuff. I'm from Alaska where it's white, so I like it.
You get lovely scenery outside. I mean, it's just incredible. We get the Scottish Highlands outside here, and we're sitting on the train in comfort, and it's a great way to travel.
The next stop is Blair Atholl.
3 stops north of Perth is Blair Atholl, the nearest stop to Blair Castle, which is the ancestral home of the Dukes of Atholl. In the 1860s, the 6th Duke, George Murray, agreed to let the line through his estates. His terms? £33,000 and the condition that all trains would stop at Blair Atholl Station. An early passenger was Queen Victoria, who used the line to visit her friend the Duke, who in 1844 had been given permission by her to raise his own personal regiment, the Atholl Highlanders. As the only private army left in Europe, crowds flock to their annual ceremonial parade and Highland gathering on the last weekend in May. The company has been practising for weeks under the watchful eye of Regimental Sergeant Major Graham Jack, who's been an Atholl Highlander since 1977.
We're always going anti-clockwise. The reason for anti-clockwise is that if you're saluting, you're giving eyes right, not eyes left across your shoulders.
You can only become an Atholl Highlander by invitation, so it's a proud moment when you are officially welcomed into the regiment.
Remember, our men are not paid. Our men are doing it purely for the honour of becoming an Atholl Highlander.
Today, the new recruits are receiving a sprig of juniper, the symbol of the regiment.
Thereafter, you wear juniper in your Glengarry at all times, whenever you're representing the Highlanders, and that way people know. So if I didn't have juniper in my hat, you say, well, let's get on there.
The weekend's activities aren't just about the parade. There will be a variety of competitions and demonstrations, including a Battle of the Heavies in traditional Highland Games events and Highland dancing. Competition judge and teacher Jean is a respected figure in the Highland dance field, having herself been a champion dancer.
She's danced for a lot of years herself. She's an international judge, and she's always got plenty of stories as well.
Over the last few months, Jean has faced a rather different challenge. It's traditional that the Highlanders give a dance demonstration at the Atholl gathering.
Okie dokie, 2 dances for Sunday.
So Jean has been putting them through their paces.
We'll do it without the music first of all. 5, 6, 7, 8. Da 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 dee da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 la da da dee. Keep the knees out there, Colin, when you're doing the shedding.
These Highlanders have got normal day jobs, so I've had to cram in the lessons over a few evenings.
I'm an accountant on Athol Estates.
I'm a landscape gardener, build gardens.
I work operations for a tour company.
So the bit that I'm needing you to think about is when you change feet, you change hands.
Jean's enjoyed success herself as a Highland dancer, thanks in part to the railway. Both her grandfather and father worked on it, and Jean danced for a pipe band made up of railway workers.
So this is a picture of the pipe band, and this is me in the middle, sitting on the bass drum. I'll be about 11 years old at that point. My dad didn't drive, and so up until I drove at 17, we went everywhere by train to all the Highland Games. We went as far north as Thurso and as far south as London, so we loved the trains.
Jean's hung up her dancing shoes, but she's got her work cut out preparing the novice Highlanders for their big moment at the Athol gathering. And it's soon time to see if the men can put Jean's instructions into practice.
There is a pressure of people watching. The Highlanders, the pipe band, they all come and watch the performance on the stage.
Thank you, Piper. A couple of mishaps, but you expect that on the day.
Aye.
Good fun, though. Yeah, I think the crowd like a laugh.
They did really well. It was good fun.
They may be purely ceremonial these days, but the Highlanders are happy to do battle with each other in a tug of war. Presided over by Sergeant Major Graham. And to cap it all, there's the traditional Highlander dash. With the competitive events drawing to a close...
And that's us finished for the day.
Yep.
To the pub.
To the pub.
Yeah!
It's time to reflect on another successful Athol gathering over a couple of Ken's beers.
It's been a great weekend. Fabulous. And the guys were great. The crowd were amazing.
A stunning castle, the ancestral home, magnificent place. Very proud, not just to be a Highlander, but just to be involved, coming back to do this every year. Yeah, I'm a very lucky person.
Back on the Highland Main Line, Sally and Kate from the Community Rail Partnership are paying a visit to local entrepreneur Lorraine, who for the last 3 months has been hard at work refurbishing a restaurant on Aviemore Station.
She had taken away our line guide, which really extols the heritage of the Highland Main Line, and she just absolutely nailed it with her ideas. She had just totally understood what people are looking for in a restaurant on a railway station.
They've been so impressed by her plans that, as well as seeing the completed restaurant makeover today, they're hoping to persuade Lorraine to join them on the Community Rail Partnership.
Certainly hoping that she'll be our representative in Aviemore. She is just the right person. She's got lots of energy. She's there on the station itself, which is must be a plus. And we're keeping our fingers crossed that she's happy with that too.
Oh, look at that!
I haven't been doing... Oh, wow! Hey! That's great. Oh, gosh.
So we've done some great work outside, but we've done even more work inside as well.
Oh, have you?
Go.
Thank you.
So excited to show you after all this time.
Wow, what a transformation. This is amazing.
And the restaurant itself, we've got a couple of great railway themes. And the first one, actually, I have to show you is the carriage doors.
I know, I love that.
And we got some great sign writers up from Glasgow, actually. These are going to be our most favourite tables, especially for children, because you've got the trains coming in and out all day long, all night long.
And I love these colours.
I love these colours together.
And then we've picked up on the old railway travel posters, just trying to promote and support the Highland Main Line. And we've just continued the railway theme with the old luggage and just trying to create a sort of carriage theme as well.
Did you have trouble buying the vintage luggage? Or
I know, I had great fun though.
Oh yeah, I can imagine, I can imagine.
Do you know what has been really great for me is just the people that we've met along the way. Yes,
Lorraine's efforts have clearly impressed. And it's time for Sally to pop the question she's been waiting to ask.
As we think you've done an amazing job here, we were wondering if you would like to be part of our Highland Main Line Community Rail Partnership and join the team, because we'd love to have you on board.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much. I don't even have to think about it twice. I would really love to. Thank you very much. Real pleasure.
Really good to join the team.
That's great. Thank you. No, I'd love to. Have you got a list for me?
Absolutely. Always got a list.
Always gin and tonics today then?
Yes.
Celebrating today.
I'm delighted that Lorraine's coming on board as part of the CRP team. I think from day one when we met her, she had a shared vision and an aspiration for both the railway station and for Aviemore community, and I think she's going to be a fantastic asset to our group.
At Edinburgh Waverley, railway worker Davy O'Donnell is about to lead his inaugural Secrets of the Station tour. To help evoke the spirit of the Victorian age, he's even dressed the part.
The station master would have the top hat and the frock coat and a timepiece. I just thought, well, it's a nod back to then. Hi, June. Pleased to meet you.
Helping Davy refine his act are Amanda and June from the ScotRail Waverley team, who have volunteered to take the guided tour.
I'm going to take you on a wee tour today of the station and show you some of the highlights of the station, plus a couple of mysteries of the station.
To start his tour, Davy wants to evoke Edinburgh's glorious past as a forerunner in the golden age of steam. In 1928, the Flying Scotsman, designed by son of Edinburgh Sir Nigel Gresley, hauled the first non-stop service from London to Edinburgh. At the time, it was the longest non-stop service in the world, and the Flying Scotsman covered the 330 miles in just 8 hours.
If I could just draw your attention across to the far corner here, we've got the Sir Nigel Gresley sign across here. Sir Nigel Gresley was born in Dublin Street, which is only a stone's throw from Edinburgh Waverley, within the town of Edinburgh Waverley.
The Flying Scotsman went on to set another record in 1934 as the first steam locomotive to achieve an authenticated 100 miles an hour run. Next, Davy's heading to one of Waverley's 2 access ramps, built by Arles, the same construction company that built the Forth Bridge. Along with supporting steel girders, the ramp design incorporates some classically themed stonework.
It's a Greek design. Edinburgh's Athens of the north, you see all these beautiful pillars and things like that. But as we go up, we can look across the roof.
From Waverley Bridge, the tour gives a perfect view of the 28,000 glass panes of the station roof. Back in 1896, when the work was commissioned, the McClellan's company quoted the then enormous sum of nearly £20,000 to glaze the roof.
So if we look across towards the hotel, we've got the clock. The clock runs fast, and that goes way back years ago. People are shopping in Princes Street and things like that. They look at the clock, oh, I need to go.
At 190 feet, the hotel clock tower is smaller than originally planned, after local residents complained it would spoil the view. The Balmoral has since become a familiar feature on the Edinburgh skyline, but it's managed to keep some of its secrets hidden away.
Would you just like to come in? This is the secret staircase, the entrance to the Balmoral Hotel for the royalty and the landed gentry and film stars.
Davy's tour ends where it began, back in the former booking hall, a place where Amanda and June passed through during their working day. But Davy's been doing his homework and can reveal that the ornate plasterwork is not quite what it seems.
If you look up, you can see the dome and the wonderful design. It's wallpaper. It looks like plaster. It's actually wallpaper.
As time runs out, Davy's first guided tour seems to have gone according to plan.
I hope you've enjoyed it today. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. It's my first time of doing this. I was very nervous, I must admit.
To be walked through here day in and day out and never notice half the things. So certainly don't look up, we're too busy, tend to look down.
Considering I've been here for 14 years, there was a lot that I didn't actually know.
It's been a good afternoon's work, and after the positive feedback, Davy's feeling optimistic about the future.
I would like to do something like this once a month, definitely. I have a real passion for the railways and I thoroughly enjoy what I do. And this is just another level of that then. It's taking it to another level for me.
Back on the West Highland line, the Mallaig train has been stationary for nearly 90 minutes. But just as the crew begin to think about arrangements for a worst-case cancellation...
It sounds like the sleeper's moving, Stevie. Sounds like the sleeper's moving. As far as our control.
It's good news. Engineers have resolved the problem with the train ahead. And finally, they can make a move.
Let's get on board. I think we're going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way.
The train in front is also now on its way, which means that the Three Peaks Challenge is back on.
Yeah, it's nice to be moving. They're moving, so it's nice. So, still time.
We've got people as well that need to catch ferries and steam trains. So some of the connections can be quite tight for that.
Just when everything seems to be back on track...
So we had a call from Oban Station. They had passengers that carried on to Oban, but unfortunately didn't take their luggage with them. So it's on this train somewhere, and I have to find it because there's a set of bagpipes. A chap is going to be playing at a wedding, I think, tomorrow. Sorry, just one moment, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, so many of you will be so happy to know we are just arriving at Fort William.
He may be behind schedule, but there's still time for passenger Phil and his friends to climb the toughest of the Three Peaks before nightfall.
Well, everyone's been just really, really kind and really understanding today, so that makes a big difference. It makes my job a lot easier.
After a day of delays, the train finally arrives back in Mallaig, the last stop on the West Highland line. And there could be a happy ending to Susie's day. She's found a mystery bag.
Let's see. Please let this be bagpipes. Yes, conveyors of the world's finest bagpipes. So somebody's going to have a piper now at their wedding. Love it. Bye-bye, Kelsey. I'll see you later.
All's well that ends well. It's time for Susie to cash up her fares and get up one of those Mallaig hills while the sun's still out. Back at Rannoch Station, Peter Duncan and his family have returned from their fishing trip. They've been joined by his brother Andy, who will be playing with his band tonight at the tea room.
Just getting ready for the evening's entertainment, where the tea room turns into a pub and a bar.
One of Andy's songs is a tribute to his dad.
Farewell to our hero. Adios, amigo.
Fabulous musicians, great friends, and we had like a clan gathering, really. My dad always used to say, adios, amigo. If he's going to bed, if he's leaving, adios, amigo. So I wrote this song called Adios, amigo. I mean, I love this place. His ashes are here. It was very close to his heart.
Transformed from afternoon tea to live music venue, Rannoch Station and its surrounding moorland continues to charm visitors.